Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings, brothers and sisters. Real quick, before we get started, let's make sure that the audio and video are working. They should be, but just want to confirm. Let me know in the chat if it is working well. If there are any issues with the audio and video, let me know, and we'll get that fixed. All right, let's take a look here. Everybody's saying everything is clear. Everything is clear. So, all right, so let's go ahead and get started then. We don't have blog talk, but we do have our opening for the stream. So just a little bit different where we go about things. Let me just make sure I have everything in place.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slaves, slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, gave we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonians. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captive, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song. And they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yeah, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put His Spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize it. They know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, that you're going to be floated up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened His elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I saith the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of it. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Arthur Wada. Peaceful Sabbath bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another episode of Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality with the Word of God, and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, brother and elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:14 p.m. Central Standard Time, February 7th, 2025. I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well today, this evening, that you've had a blessed week, and that you are definitely maintaining and sustaining in these very challenging, busy times where a lot is going on, and it manifests globally as well as on a local level in our lives with just work and just family and the house and bills and just trying to make everything, work out and be as peaceful as possible in the midst of all the chaos. So I pray you brothers and sisters out there are maintaining for whatever time you're watching this. For those of you who are in your Sabbath, I pray that your Sabbath has been blessed so far. And for those who are getting ready for the Sabbath to start, that it is blessed when it starts. All right. First and foremost, we have to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Godhead, right? The Elohim in the Hebrew, some may know as the Elohim, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Father's name, Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya in the Hebrew, Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, I am that I am. We have the Son, who is known as Jesus Christ, but in the Hebrew, there were no J's, right? His name in the ancient Hebrew is Yeshaya, right? You know, some may know him as Yeshua, but that is not the ancient pronunciation of his name. It is Yeshaya, right? Hamashiach, all right, the Messiah. And we have the Holy Spirit in the Hebrew, which is Rawak, right? And some in the more modern Hebrew would say Ruach, okay? But again, that is not the ancient sound of Rawak, all right? Rawak, Holy Spirit. And I want to give thanks for making it through another challenging week, very busy, very tiring, lots of hard work happening. I'm sure you brothers and sisters can relate to working hard right now and trying to stay on top of things, and also blessed to be here for another weekly Sabbath, right? It's a blessing that we do not, every day should be looked at as a blessing, but let us not downplay the weekly Sabbath as just a regular day either, because I know some would only look to exalt the high holy days written of in the Bible, but the weekly Sabbath is a holy day. So it is a very important day, very important time. Let us not downplay that and minimize it for the other high holy days. We have Purim coming up. Speaking of holy days, it's not a Sabbath, but it is a memorial, a remembrance, okay, of that time during the times of Esther and the children of Israel. Coming up Tuesday at sundown starts Purim. All right. A time that's synonymous with giving out gifts and portions. All right. And a lot there to be said about that. So make sure that you are, looking at Purim this coming up week for those who weren't aware of it. And yes, and it's a blessing to be here for another live stream coming out of Babylon. Again, there'll be those times where I look to not come and do a live stream like today and last week. And but just with some of the information that came and just was wanting to be obedient to bringing out this information. There's always a lot to talk about, but it can be very challenging to be here before you, and especially for many hours that we are here. It's very it can be strenuous sometimes, right? So but blessed to be here and present the information. Let us go ahead and get the title for our topic this evening and the content we're going to be discussing. What do we have here for you all? Our title: Politricks of Living in a Technocracy. Politricks of Living in a Technocracy. All right. So a lot of people may, want to know, what does that title mean? Of course, we have some visuals there on the screen that kind of help with the title. We're going to go into, again, the understanding on what we're here to discuss today, as well as more, as there is so much to cover. All right. Before we do, let's get some announcements so everybody knows about what's going on. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share. Make sure you follow GOCC Southwest, this channel on Rumble. Make sure you let everybody know we are streaming live right now where we are, so that they can tune in. And Because again, sometimes things change. We could be at different platforms. We can be on different dates and times. So let everybody know where we are. We are here now live. Okay. Um, Rumble.com/GOCC Southwest. You can watch it on a browser. You can watch it on the app, the Rumble app, through the App Store for your device. Now, let me show you all something here real quick. I get a lot of complaints in the comment section after we do videos, and I've made this announcement. We've made this announcement many, many times. So if you're having issues with Rumble, whether you're watching it live, you have issues, or when you go back to replay it, you're having issues, make it real easy for everybody. Go to brave.com, brave.com, and get this browser. The reason I'm saying to get this browser, because I have used it myself, so I'm speaking from experience. There are others out there, but this one I can say for sure. If you use this browser to watch the live stream or the playback, you should have no issues, because what this browser does is it stops any ads from playing, and that's what's causing the problems for people who are having issues watching. Okay, brave.com. You download this. You download this browser, and it's no different than using. You have Google Chrome. You have Firefox, right? You have Safari for those who use Mac or Apple. And you even have DuckDuckGo, which I have not used their browser, but is even said to be better than DuckDuckGo. Now, I have seen somebody in the comment section say they did download DuckDuckGo for them, and they had no more problems after that. Okay, so I'm not saying that this is the only browser or the only way that you can watch without issues. I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible for everyone. Brave.com. Get Brave, okay? Download the browser. Use this browser. If you only use it just to watch Rumble, okay, or where you're having issues with ads on videos playing, you won't have any more problems, trust me, if you use Brave. Okay, so hopefully those of you out there who are listening and who are having issues, hopefully you're hearing this announcement now, because it seems like every video, there's someone in the comments really upset. I'll just say it like that. They're really upset about how things are going with Rumble and how we need to switch into a different platform, and just really, really upset. Okay. And, of course, we don't like people to be upset, but understand, okay, there's only so much we can control, and we're trying to help the best way we can to give you an option that will make things smooth for you with your viewing experience. Okay. So hopefully taking heed, you can also share this with other people you may know. If you heard anybody with these same issues, let them know. We have a whole video on this. If you go to our GOCC Southwest here on Rumble, we have a whole video breaking down all the different ways that you can actually, when it comes to, just being able to have a ad-free experience. There's many different ways to do it, and we go over some of those ways. And so just trying to help people out here, okay? I want to say shout out to Naara Yasha Allah Thawada for the donation, as well as Kenya Kamara for becoming a monthly supporter. We definitely appreciate that. It definitely goes a long way to helping the work out. For your support, as well as everybody who's here. We appreciate your support, your prayers, your kind words, okay? And understand that we're a body, so without other members of the body, there's only so much one person can do. So we're all in this together. We're working together, all doing our part. And so I appreciate everybody for all the part that you play in this, okay? All right, so we also have our backup videos. Some of our backup videos. If they're not here on Rumble, Most of them are on our Odyssey channel. We're GOCC Southwest on odyssey.com. Okay, you can find all our links in our description boxes for all of our channels. I keep saying I'm going to make a link tree, so we'll definitely look to get a link tree made up for all of our links. It's just GOCC Southwest. Wherever there's a platform, if we're there, it's GOCC Southwest. Okay, our main channel and hub is YouTube. GOCC Southwest on YouTube. All right. So as long as you're subscribed to YouTube, you'll always know when we go live where we're going to be and what's going on. All right. And we typically would be streaming through Blog Talk. But for those who know, Blog Talk is finished. If we have time for the call lines for questions, comments, we will provide a number at the time that we go to the calls. Okay. So we'll see if we have time for that. And that number will be provided during that time. Okay. And make sure you also subscribe to GOCC Media, the GOCC Media on YouTube. Okay. That is our YouTube channel for Friday nights, where we sometimes go into GOCC Fit, which is all things health, fitness, and nutrition related. You also have other streaming going on there. We have Elder Ariah on Tuesdays, and we have Deacon Hazak on Thursdays streaming on the GOCC Media. Make sure you subscribe. Okay. And so now for our church, Gathering of Christ Church, we have our website, gatheringofchrist.org, where you can find everything about the church for those who are new listeners or who are unaware that want to know more about the church, what we believe in, what books we teach out of, what holy days we follow. You have our new Hebrew calendar coming out. It will soon be ready for the upcoming new year, starting the new year starts. Let's see, what date do we have for the new year? We have March 1st is the new year, according to God. The spring is the new year. March 1st at sundown starts spring. So we will have, most high willing, our calendars ready before the new year, where you will have the calendar you can follow so you can keep track of all the days of the year, the holy days, get the proper 364-day calendar, which will be aligned with the Gregorian calendar. Okay. And we also have our GOCC network for small businesses and entrepreneurs who have products and services. If you would like to support the community, or you would like to join the GOCC network, make sure that you go to the gatheringofchrist.org to check that out. Shout out to Sister Jenny One, the water for the donation. All right. Also through the GOCC website, we have the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay. Or you can go to historytimes.org to get directly to the Hebrew and Bible Academy, which starts February 16th, which will be the new Hebrew and Bible Academy. Let me pull it up here for you all to see. Okay, here we have historytimes.org, February 16th, Sunday. All right. And I believe this one is titled The War of the Gods. Okay, yes, The War of the Gods will be this academy's theme. So if you would like to find out more about the Hebrew and Bible Academy, you would like to join the Hebrew and Bible Academy, you come here to historytimes.org. It is $150 for 3 months. Okay. You get the learning lessons for the original Hebrew language. You get on the ground news interviews from around the world, ancient history and Bible studies, all new updated lessons, okay, on a scholastic level. So we have our, our weekly lessons that we do on the platforms that we have now currently, but this is more on a scholastic level. If you want to go to another level of understanding, deeper understanding, going into a lot of different records and books, you also have PDFs that come with each week, so that you'll have all of this in writing in PDF form for the different lessons. Okay. Make sure that you come here, or you can pay $75 the first month and $75 the second month. Okay, if you would like to join. All right. So we also have our church YouTube channel where we have our weekly Sabbath lessons, our weekly Wednesday live streams, right? Our Friday pre-Patreon and more content there. A Gathering 144. We also have our Rumble channel, new Rumble channel, A Gathering 144 here on Rumble for the church main channel. Make sure that you follow, subscribe to these so that you can always get the latest and greatest. We have our Patreon, A Gathering 144 on Patreon as well. And let's see. We have our backup channel, GOCC NYC on YouTube. Okay, so make sure you're subscribed to those for the Gathering of Christ Church. Okay, want to give some more shout outs. Of course, I won't be able to do shout outs to everybody if this is happening during the stream, but Tikva's daddy. We have Tikva's daddy. We have Kayala, Thanaya, and Kasad Napash. Want to say blessings to all of you. Big blessings, Thawada, for your support and your donations. It means a lot. Okay. And so now I believe we are finished with our announcements. So let's go ahead and dive right into the information, because I want to get through it in timely fashion this evening. All right. So let's go ahead and get the title one more time of our discussion this evening. Politricks of living in a technocracy. Politricks of living in a technocracy. So I know for some, maybe not understanding some of the wording and the title here, we're going to break that down. But this is basically following up on the heels of our last live stream 2 weeks ago, Project Stargate, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and Babylon's Golden Age. Okay, so for those who were there or have watched that, then you would kind of be up to speed with what we're going to be discussing. If you haven't checked it out, make sure you check it out here on Rumble. And we also, without watching it, it's okay. You will still be able to follow along, no problem, with what we're going to discuss. For the most part, right? There's a lot of information we're building here. And so let us come here over to our first article. Okay. Almost forgot. Almost forgot.
Let's get ready to rumble.
All right. Are you brothers and sisters ready to rumble? So we're here on SETA.org. SETA.org. Picking up where we left off, talking about Operation Stargate, Project Stargate, and the title Trump's Stargate, Biden's tier list in the wake of the techno-polar world. It says here on January 21st, 2025, U.S. President Donald Trump announced an unprecedented wave of investments in artificial intelligence, okay, AI, making a historic milestone in U.S. technological advancement. Trump declared a record-breaking $500 billion commitment to a coalition of AI companies, labeling the initiative Stargate, and proclaiming that the U.S. was entering a new golden age during his second term. Okay, the announcement titled Stargate echoed the symbolism of past grandiose projects such as President Ronald Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, famously known as Star Wars. So we talked about this in our last live stream, right? We talked about the Star Wars program that Ronald Reagan had started. And it was known as, he didn't call it the Star Wars program, okay? Under him, it was called the Strategic Defense Initiative. But because of its technology that it was said to employ or look to be designing to be utilized was laser technology. And so we've been talking a lot lately about this laser technology that is said to have existed since the 70s. And who knows if it has existed before that, but we've gone through a lot of different documentation showing that this laser technology has existed since the 70s, okay? Microwave laser or directed energy weapons, DEWs, right? And so this space initiative was later decommissioned after Ronald Reagan had started it, only to be later recommissioned under Donald Trump under his first term as the Space Force, which really, when you look at it, if you ask me, it never went away. Okay, it never went away. They just like to make you think it went away. And then when things maybe could possibly come out about it, they have to have it already repackaged under a different name so that, if somebody were to find out that this is going on, it doesn't look like they're doing something secretive. So now they're open. So it's never went away. But this Star Wars program, which was aimed to challenge the Soviet Union during the Cold War era. Now, when you do the research, and it may be in this article, I can't remember where I read it. I read a lot of articles on this program. This Stargate program, when you do the research, what you'll realize is that this program was actually started under Joe Biden. 2024, under Joe Biden, this Stargate project was started for AI. Okay, so they want to give Trump the credit, but really when you look at it, both Republican and Democrat parties work together. We're going to deal with that. Okay, they work together to make you, but they make you believe that they're at odds one with another, but they're working together. Right? Or one will cause a problem, right? Hegelian. The Democrats will cause a problem that then now the Republicans must come in with the solution to fix, or vice versa. The Republicans will cause a problem, Hegelian, that then now the Democrats must come in and fix. And so you continue with what is actually termed the false left-right paradigm to make you believe that there are two opposing sides, two extreme radical, far opposing sides, the far left and the far right, who are at odds against each other, but they're really together. And really what this does is it causes a civil war, a soft civil war, where you have Democrats on one end, Republicans on the other, and they fight amongst themselves. And what they're doing is keeping people distracted while they work. While Satan's workers are busy working, they keep you distracted, fighting amongst each other, one side blaming the other for the problems, keeping you busy in the confusion and chaos while they work. And we're going to deal with that. And we're going to show that tonight. Okay, they are lockstep, hand in hand, Republican and Democrat. You have two horns of the same beast, right? And I'll even pull it up here for you all to see. Two horns of the same beast, or you have the two wings of the same demon, of the same devil. Because we know demons have, have wings, right? Fallen angels have wings. The devil, Lucifer, the archangel, had wings. And so what they make you believe is that you actually have a choice, but that choice is an illusion. See, all of this is going into perfectly fit into our conversation tonight when we talk about politricks of living in a technocracy. Okay. And so now let us come back here to this article, and just one more image here for you all. This what you call the false left right paradigm is a machine that must be fed. It's a beast and a machine that must be fed. The political industrial complex. We've been talking a lot lately about these industrial complex, these trillion-dollar and multi-billion-dollar complexes, these systems under Satan that he uses to control mankind under. He just has to get you to believe that the perception of the reality is real. And as long as you believe that it's real, right, you fall under the authority of it, right? You fall under its subjection, which really is just a uniparty. All right. It's a uniparty. It's not a duopoly. It's a monopoly, making you believe that it is two birds, but it's really the double-headed Freemasonic bird. Has two heads, but it only has two wings. So it's sharing this, these two heads share the same body. Okay. Each representing a wing. And so your vote does not matter on a federal level. All right. Dealing with presidential selections. We're going to deal with that tonight too. Right. Dealing with presidential selections. Your vote does not matter. These plans that we're seeing play out before us are decades and centuries old plans. All right. We will get back to our America's Secret Beginnings and show how for centuries these plans have been constructed by Freemasons for those who they were just the forerunners. They laid the foundation. All right. They were the torch bearers of their time and passed the baton down to the children and the children's children. And so now the children's children of those Freemasons are now the ones that you would see as your politicians, your presidents, your vice presidents, who are now carrying the torch and continuing those same old age plans that were laid well before them. They were groomed to do what they are doing. Okay. They would not be in their positions, in their seats, if they were not doing things according to Satan's plans. All right. So now let's come back to this article. And see if we can pull some things out of this. It talks about Ronald Reagan's SDI program, the Star Wars program. Right? Emerging during an intense bipolar competition between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. So again, false left-right paradigm, or good cop, bad cop. Okay. Bait and switch, all of these different terminologies where you have this boogeyman in Russia was a World War II ally with America against Germany. And then as soon as World War II is over, America took all of the German scientists under Operation or Project Paperclip back to the U.S. and then became enemies with Russia, which then led to the start of the Cold War. See, there's this constant need for war for America to be able to go out and colonize and be an imperialist nation. The modern Roman Empire operating under a rule of colonization and empire to go out and set its bases all throughout the world under these so-called threats of different countries, terrorism, on and on and on and on. Without the boogeyman, you don't have the justification to go and spend trillions upon trillions of dollars on war, military weaponry, to put investments into investing into research, into this military research. And so now what we're starting to see is a huge increase with this technology merging with military weaponry. Right, it says here, it aimed to establish technological superiority. So that's now what we're going into, this golden age. When we talk about technocracy, we're talking about technological superiority. Okay. It says, in contrast, it says technological superiority amidst fears of nuclear confrontation. See, you need the threat. So now when you go out and build these space weapons, these laser space weapons, no one is going to question why. They're going to look at it as safety and security because the enemy is being told is Russia, when really the enemy is mankind. These are Satan's workers who are at war against mankind. And they'll get mankind to help put this weaponry in space and then turn around and use this tech against you after you've helped put it up there for them, working in their industrial complexes. It says, reinforcing the strategic alignment of states within a bipolar international system. In contrast, the global order of 2025 reflects a far more complex and multipolar reality. So they're saying things are even more divisive now, more polarizing, far more complex now than it was then under Reagan. States now navigate a fragmented system characterized by overlapping spheres of influence where technological prowess, particularly in AI, plays a decisive role. So what's the solution to all these problems? Enter your AI. Well, we need to inject and infuse $500 billion AI projects now. You see that? That's how it works. They sell you on the problem so that then when they bring forth the solution, you'll be all on board with the solution. Okay, and this is also part of the false left-right paradigm, how they bounce you back and forth between parties while you're spinning and chasing your tail looking for a solution. It's part of their sorcery. Okay, it's part of their control. It says here, moreover, the recent directives of former President Joe Biden's administration on regulating GPU exports underscore this competitive approach. These policies aim to extend U.S. influence by categorizing states into tiered lists, requiring them to align with U.S. strategic interests to gain access to advanced hardware. This further intensifies the U.S.-China rivalry, highlighting the critical role of technology in shaping modern geopolitics. Okay. So we're seeing the politics. We must understand politics, at least from a level of the sorcery of it. Okay. And then once we understand the sorcery of the politics, then we can look at it with a different lens to understand what's happening and not get caught up in the paradigm, not get bounced around. We can look at it from the outside. We can look at the false left-right paradigm, the political industrial complex, from the outside and watch both sides work. Okay. And see past the complex, the industrial complex. We can see past it and see who are the ones who are controlling, the controllers, not the representatives that are in the complex keeping you distracted as representatives, but who are the actual controllers and what is their agenda and what are they looking to do, keeping us distracted with the theater, right? And so that brings me to, and y'all know how I love quotes. We love quotes here. right? We have Frank Zappa, American musician, composer, band leader, and social critic, 1940 to 1993. He's quoted as saying politics is the entertainment division of the military industrial complex. Okay, it is the entertainment division. It is theater at best. Okay, it is theater at best. The political industrial complex provides the theater to keep you distracted so the military industrial complex can eat, so the military industrial complex can cook, right? And go to work while you're distracted with the theater. Okay, and so we don't want to get caught up in the theater of it all. We want to understand we want to decode and decipher and discern what's really happening here, what's really going on and happening here, and not get caught up in the deception. So what do we have? Trump Stargate. Okay, understand it. Trump, okay, people would focus on him, but you have to move past, right? You have to move past the puppet. You have to move past the representative. He'll get credit, but he is just playing his role on this world stage. Key partners of this Stargate: OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and MGX. This is all military. Just so brothers understand, brothers, these are military front companies. This is the military being able to operate under the disguise of business, of corporation. Okay, so you understand. With additional contributions from Microsoft. See, it's key to understand these companies that are working here. How are these companies now collaborating with the U.S. government to be in the forefront, controlling this project? So under Trump, we had Operation Warp Speed, which is operating at light speed, okay, which is fast. But now Stargate is on a whole different level of travel because you're traveling from one point to another instantaneously. Okay, you're traveling from one point to another point instantaneously. Let me see if I can find a video here real quick for you all. If I had my movies up, boy, I would. We're going to show some movies, but let me see if I have this movie downloaded. What's it called? Okay, I don't have it here, but let me see if I can find it on YouTube real quick. Here we go. Man, we're going to go back. I love going back. I love going back into history. And even just within the past few decades, history. How many of you all have seen this movie? You pull it up here for you all. How many of you all have seen the movie Event Horizon? Infinite space, infinite terror. A rescue crew is tasked with investigating the mysterious reappearance of a spaceship that had been lost for 7 years. This movie came out in 1997. Man, this movie, it's creepy, but watching it in my youth, man, I used to watch the movie all the time. And now looking back, knowing what we know now, man, this movie speaks volumes. But we have a clip here. Gravity drive, instantaneous gateway between space-time explained. I want to show you all this. We're talking about Stargate here. Okay.
question. What the fuck are we doing way out here?
Oh, perhaps the good doctor will be kind enough to tell us.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say how much I appreciate this opportunity to join you in what
It's for sure that you appreciate being here, Doctor, but you must understand, we don't. We were taken off a well-deserved leave and sent into Neptune space. We are now 3 billion clicks from the nearest outpost. The last time USAC attempted a rescue this far past the outer reach, well, we lost both ships, so if you please.
Right. Well, everything I'm about to tell you is considered code black by the NSA. USAC intercepted a radio transmission from a decaying orbit around Neptune. The source of this transmission has been identified as the event horizon.
Yeah. Well, that's bullshit. Start.
Skipper, you took me off leave for the
Let me get straight to it here. Right, the Event Horizon is a ship that travels through a portal through a gravity drive. Okay, it travels through space through a gravity drive.
That her reactor went critical, and the space research.
Let the man speak.
What was made public about the Event Horizon, that she was a deep space research vessel, that her reactor went critical, and that the ship blew up, none of that is true. The Event Horizon is the culmination of a secret government project to create a spacecraft capable of faster-than-light flight.
Excuse me. You see, you can't actually do that.
The law of relativity.
So faster than light travel. So warp speed is light travel, right? That was during Trump's first administration. Warp speed, light speed. So now he's talking about faster than light travel. And so now these particular, I don't know if you want to call them astronauts, whatever, that work for government space, are saying that's impossible. There's no such thing as faster than light travel.
Excuse me. You see, you can't actually do that.
The law of relativity prohibits faster than light travel.
Relativity, yes, we can't break the law of relativity. We can go around it. The ship doesn't really go faster than light. What it does is it creates a dimensional gateway that allows it to jump instantaneously from one point of the universe to another light.
A dimensional gateway that allows it to jump from one point instantaneously to another.
Can go around it. The ship doesn't really go faster than light. What it does is it creates a dimensional gateway that allows it to jump instantaneously from one point of the universe to another light years away.
How?
Well, it's difficult to, it's all math.
Try us, Doctor.
Right, well, using layman's terms, use a rotating magnetic field to focus a narrow beam of gravitons. These, in turn, fold space-time consistent with Weyl tensor dynamics until the space-time curvature becomes infinitely large and you produce a singularity. Now, the singularity...
Layman's terms.
Well, fuck layman's terms. Do you speak English?
Imagine for a minute that this piece of paper...
No, excuse me. That's Vanessa and that's mine.
Attractive piece of paper represents space-time, and you want to get from point A here to point B there. Now, what's the shortest distance between 2 points?
A straight line.
Wrong. The shortest distance between 2 points is 0, and that's what the gateway does. It folds space so that point A and point B coexist in the same space and time. When the spacecraft passes through the gateway, space returns to normal. It's called a gravity drive.
How do you know all this?
I built it.
See that? The shortest distance between two dots isn't a straight line. It's to fold time space, right? Fold it in half and make the 2 points touch. This is your Stargate, family. All right. For anybody who's seen the movie Stargate, we talked a little bit about it. So under Trump's second term, letting you know, okay, we understand the Agenda 2030. There's a certain, deadline they want to hit by Agenda 2030, by the year 2030. And the decade started off with warp speed. Okay, they had to speed things up to, on their tracking their path to 2030. Halfway to 2030 and 2025, got to speed up even faster. So introducing or bringing in now Project Stargate. Right, first facility already underway in Abilene, Texas, providing computational infrastructure. So they had to build these large data centers and centers to produce the massive amounts of electricity that these facilities need to run to produce this level of speed. Because when you talk about AI, you're talking about a technology that's instantaneously, within a split second, produces a result. Okay, so people think AI is something new. AI has been around for decades now, right? When you use your computers, when you were using your TV, all these different things, when you would hit a stroke on your computer, on your keyboard, or you would enter a command, hit enter on your keyboard, instantaneously, boom, something would happen on your computer, whether a page would pop up or this would happen on a page or a program. That's AI working. Okay, so what this is showing us is the speed up of this technology, and them knowing they're running out of time, they must speed things up to get to their goals of all of what they have for Agenda 2030. So it says here, AI technologies are increasingly pivotal in enhancing efficiency across sectors such as education, healthcare, tourism, defense, and space exploration. So we saw the movie The Event Horizon. All right, your space exploration. So they put all this stuff in our movies, right? All of what they're talking about. So speeding up through this article, we see Biden's tiered approach. So this was the part that under Biden was laid down. Now we know Biden, in proof that presidents aren't running anything, right? Biden was in his coffin the whole administration. Even before he was selected, he was in his coffin, never to come out. Every blue moon he'll come out and you see him, and then after that you won't see or hear from him. Who was really running the country? Who was really? It's not your representatives running the country. It's others running the country. We're going to deal with some of those. Who's really running the country? So complementing Stargate, see how what Trump laid before he laid it, there was complementing already being laid in place before Trump came in office. The Biden administration introduced a transformative policy concerning the export of graphic processing units for AI. Widely interpreted as a targeted restriction against China, this policy signifies a strategic pivot toward a tiered system that redefines global access to critical AI technologies. The system categorizes countries into 3 tiers. So basically, America set a tier system of what countries will get access to this technology. But America would be the one out in front leading this technology. Okay, so that again, Babylon is in full control. The second beast of Revelations 13 is in full control, and all the other countries fall under it. Okay, so you have your tier systems. Those who are considered allies to the U.S. would get the best access to this tech with 25% export fees, import fees. There would be certain guidelines at which they could get access. Okay, and then as you go to tier 2, these countries will get second tier access and fees attached to get access. And then you have tier 3, which are the countries that the U.S. looks at as enemies who would have the least amount of access to this tech. So that America is leading the charge and leading the way into the future, into this AI golden age. Okay. Into this AI golden age, this techno-polar world. Okay. The announcement of Stargate reflects an accelerating trend of technological polarization, where nations align themselves with competing technological and geopolitical axes. While the U.S. spearheads initiatives like Stargate, okay, China continues to advance its Made in China 2025 strategy. Okay, so you have other countries that are coming in and looking to excel in this, but America is leading. America is the tip of the spear here. Okay, it's the tip of the spear, leading the charge with this tech in this direction into the future, as the second beast of Revelations 13. Okay, with this is the beast tech, what we're seeing here. So we wanted to come here to show you how both parties are operating together. Now, from there, one last thing before we now start breaking some things down. Really start breaking things down. We have Elon Musk, okay? One of the main people whose names you almost, a day doesn't go by, a live stream doesn't go by where his name is not mentioned. There's a huge thing going on right now. For those that caught the Elders Patreon earlier today, you probably heard him speaking on some of these things. U.S. aid using your tax dollars funded bioweapon research. So how many of you all are seeing U.S. aid all over the place? Okay. All over the place. U.S. aid, which stands for United States Agency for International Development. So Elon Musk is saying that this agency, which is said to be a front agency for the CIA, used American tax dollars to fund bioweapons research. Musk alleged that U.S. aid funds were used to support gain-of-function research on coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China, potentially leading to the creation of COVID-19. Okay, so basically, just in a nutshell, this article is going into the fact that Elon Musk is said to come out and said to be exposing U.S. aid as a criminal organization, and they did this with COVID-19, and everybody's clapping and cheering Elon Musk. Oh man, yeah, get them, expose the corruptors, right? We're gonna deal with all that. We're gonna deal with all of that. Doesn't mean that some of the things being said aren't the case. Okay. Doesn't mean that it's not the case, but you have to understand what's happening here. All right. Even with RFK, we're going to be speaking about RFK today as well, who said that there's biolabs in Ukraine because we're developing bioweapons. All right. So we're gonna deal with all of that. All right. Don't worry about it. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything before we continue here. See. Okay, I think we're good. I think we are good. So now, let's start to break down our title. Let's start to break down our title. Politricks of Living in a Technocracy. Okay, we're going to start to break that down. Okay. We're going to begin to start to break this down. Before we break these words down, let us first talk about, off of hegemonmedia.com, what is controlled opposition? It says here, controlled opposition secretly works against you, right? Look at it as a person who's in your face, smiling, saying all the things you would love to hear, but behind their back is a knife that they're planning to use against you. It says the best way to control the opposition is to lead it our ourselves. This was a quote by Lennon, John Lennon. All right. I believe, let me make sure I have the right Lenin. Vladimir Lenin, not John. John Lennon was the Beatles. Vladimir Lenin, a Russian revolutionary, politician, and political theorist. I think this was during the Bolshevik Revolution. Okay. These are the communism and the isms. Okay, you got Karl Marx and Joseph Stalin and all these different, what we know today as Jewish figures that were, again, helping to lead the world and guide the world along a path of destruction and played their part. His quote that he quoted was that the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So it says here, controlled opposition is any person or organization which appears to be on one side, but is secretly working against the interests of that movement. Originally coined to describe government agents who would infiltrate activist movements and subvert them from within, the term has come to describe any activist or organization that isn't actually working for the side they claim. Controlled opposition could be directly controlled by or in contact with a movement's opposition, but they could also merely have an agenda aligned to interests other than their stated cause. Okay, so a breakdown. Controlled opposition is anybody who would appear to be working in your favor, but they're actually working for a deeper, darker, sinister agenda to make you believe they're for your cause when they're really against you. So, meaning they may give you some truth, and they may tell you some things that you like to hear. They may pass laws that you may say, "Oh, that's great," okay. But really, it's a sinister agenda at work that's working against you. We're going to deal with that. Okay, those who are controlled, okay, by the powers of darkness, that would make you believe that they're on your side. More on that, and you will get this article. You can read it in its entirety, but just to give people a surface level understanding of what controlled opposition is, for those that don't know. I'm pretty sure a lot of you brothers and sisters are familiar with the term and you understand what it is, but just we're laying that down first as we start to go into this information. What do we have next? We talked about this before. Another thing, revelation of the method. The Power of Predictive Programming, off of tomroscom.medium.com. The Power of Predictive Programming. It says the Hollywood military industrial complex. And see, we mentioned this last live stream, family. You notice how the military always comes up in the midst of almost anything that we deal with politically or just socially. The military is always at the root. And in this particular article, this particular, author of this article is calling Hollywood, okay, and the military industrial complex the same. And what do we see with Event Horizon, the movie, all the movies we've shown, right? They're putting it in the Hollywood movies. As part of the revelation of the method. Let's keep going here. And the predictive programming. A clandestine alliance of entertainment and defense interests has long been shrouded in conspiracy theories and speculative intrigue. And as a speculative nonfiction author, I devoted years of my life to unraveling its enigmatic web, shedding light on the eerie phenomenon known as revelation of the method and its close companion, predictive programming. So even though predictive programming is similar to the revelation of the method, they're still separate. They're still two separate things, but very, very close. Brother and sister, cousins, however you want to look at it. All right. So a lot of people are familiar with predictive programming, but not too many maybe are familiar with the revelation of the method. So now let's deal with revelation of the method. Revelation of the Method Unveiled. Revelation of the Method, or ROM, as it's often abbreviated, is an occult art. A lot of talk about the occult here lately. We've discussed the occult, right? The hidden, wielded by the puppeteers behind the scenes of our society. So this is an occult art. It's the practice of revealing hidden truths and sinister agendas in plain sight, cloaked in symbolism and subtext. Cloaked in symbolism and subtext. We're going to deal with this symbolism that's cloaked. Okay? These are wizards, witches, and sorcerers operating. Hollywood means wood of the holly tree, which is the wand of a witch or a wizard. It's the method by which they toy with our collective psyche, forcing us to co-create a future we never asked for. Through the magic of storytelling and media, they manipulate our perceptions, influencing our choices and bending our reality to their will. So it's magic through storytelling, media, to manipulate your perception of reality, meaning reality that they're selling you on isn't the reality of what it really is. All right, we've discussed it oftentimes. The Wizard of Oz. He was manipulating the reality of Oz, hiding behind the curtain, wielding his sorcery, his smoke and mirrors. And as long as you didn't know he existed, you believed that reality was real. But what happened whenever the curtain was unveiled? Whenever the curtain became unveiled, now he's exposed and he no longer has the power, because now you understand the manipulator, the controller. And so that's what we have to understand, so we can look at reality in the way it's meant to be looked at and not the way that they're selling us through media, right? They use media to try to formulate our thoughts and perception, and they use Hollywood entertainment to show us the truth of what they're doing to us. Truth in movies, lies in the news. Now, there is still some decoding and deciphering within the news that you can extrapolate, but understand the overall narrative of the news is to lie and sell us on a false reality. That is the revelation of the method. And then once they bring forth the revelation of the method, now they're no longer held accountable for what they do, because they've told you what they're doing in entertainment form, right? Motion pictures, video games, books, magazines. They've told you what they're going to do. So now they're no longer held liable when they do it, because you're not doing anything about it. Oftentimes, most people aren't aware the magic that's being cast on them. They look at it as just entertainment. They can't read between the lines and see the devil in the details with the movies and the entertainment. But nonetheless, they're still being told one way or the other through storytelling. Hidden truths being that are being revealed, cloaked in symbolism. Now, speaking of cloaked in symbolism, speaking of wizards, sorcerers, we've shown this before. Quote from Manly P. Hall, a 20th century Freemason, said to be the father of 20th century Freemason, one of the greatest Freemasons in modern history. What did he say about all this? Here's a quote of his. What's going on here? It's not letting me zoom in. Let me try again. Okay, here we go. Manly P. Hall said, when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes of men. So because mankind can't read or decode or decipher the glitches in the matrix, they're in the matrix, just living, thinking the matrix is real. And the perception of reality that's been given to us is real. But Manly P. Hall knew because his cohorts, his counterparts, were working to present this distorted reality to the world to warp our perception of reality. But he said once people wake up and learn to read this symbolism that we've created, a great veil will fall from their eyes, meaning they will be able to see. Okay. No, they knew that there would come a time there would be an awakening, that the spirit of the Most High would be poured out upon all flesh. He said, they shall then know the truth. And more than that, they shall realize that from the beginning, truth has been in the world unrecognized. So the truth of reality has always been there, but they created a veil. They gave you a veil over the truth so you couldn't see it. It was there the whole time. They've worked hard. They've worked tirelessly. They've worked hard to disguise the truth, to give us a distorted, right, perverted, rigged reality. Saved by a small but gradually increasing number of appointed by the lords of the dime, meaning there's only a select few, the powers of darkness, the rulers of darkness, those that have been initiated. They know. They've been given the secrets because they're the ones working to keep us in the dark, to keep us in the lie, in the manipulation, right? As ministers to the needs of human creatures struggling to regain their consciousness of divinity. See that? So their whole job and goal is to keep us in this deception and manipulation, fighting amongst each other while they rule over us, working their magic and sorcery, and work tirelessly to eradicate us all. Okay, that's the end game. In the meantime, they'll continue to use us in the trajectory up the mountain to the peak of destruction. Until they get to that peak, they'll continue to morph mankind and to transform mankind, enter in transhumanism as they get closer to the extension end of the tunnel, right, which is the top of that mountain peak. So now, let us come back here. And of course, this article goes into the influence of predictive programming, the alchemical power of words, utilizing the occult art for empowerment, the paradox of the AI to Christ. Okay, just some interesting concepts where even, I didn't even see this in here. I didn't scroll this far down when I was looking. I just wanted to get the revelation of the method where he's even speaking on the AI, which falls right in line with what we're discussing this evening. The power of predictive programming and the revelation of the method with using AI, which is Antichrist. Mathematics, a tool of enlightenment, the invitation to reshape our reality. Right? So you all will get this article. I'm pretty sure we'll be coming back to this article. Okay. In upcoming live streams. Okay. So what do we want to do now? So now we want to break down. Now that we've done that, we've tackled that, those things to set the stage. Now we want to address our title, Politricks of Living in a Technocracy. What is Politricks? I think we all know what politics is. We may not all understand what politics is, right? But we understand that it's dealing with government, representatives, on and on and on and on. So what is Politricks? Well, here we are on Wiktionary.org. What does Wiktionary tell us Politricks is? It says here, etymology, blend of politics plus tricks. A blend of politics plus tricks. Now, we've all heard tricks are for kids, right? We're going to deal with tricks. I'm going to go into the Bible here in a moment and see, when we look at tricks in the Bible, what do we find when we're talking about tricks? There are different kinds of tricks, right? It says here, politricks, political trickery. The trickery of politics, also known as politricks. What is poly? Poly means many. Okay, many tricks. So when you're talking about a false left-right paradigm, all right, where they would make you believe that you have a choice, that Republican and Democrat is a choice, but really you come to find out it's two wings of the same devil or the same demon. And it's an illusion of choice. Then now you're understanding that you've been tricked. And it's the many tricks that come from both sides working together against your mind, against you socially, right? Geopolitically. And knowing that it is just one big political industrial complex. The entertainment division of the military industrial complex. This is the military's way of keeping you engaged in theater while it cooks and eats, while the beast devours. They need a way to keep you caught up in theater, the bread and circus, so that they can accomplish their goals. With you being unsuspecting, thinking the whole time you had a choice. You actually voted the president into power. Now you have a sense of feeling good about yourself. How good are Republicans feeling right now with Donald Trump being president? The same way Democrats felt when Joe Biden was selected president or Obama was selected president. You have a sense of enlightenment. You feel good about yourself, a sense of peace, because you feel like you played a role in getting who you believe in, who you believe will actually help you out in your life, representing you as an authoritative figure in government. It's politricks. Now, let's go to the Bible. We want to examine this word tricks. What does the Bible have to say about tricks? Especially in these end times. Let's go to the book of Luke. The book of Luke, chapter 21. Christ warned in the end times. He gave warnings. What was Christ's warnings in the end? Let me blow this up for you all. We're in Luke chapter 21. We're going to verse 34. Christ said, watch yourselves. Luke 21:34, and take heed to yourselves, lest at any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that day come upon you unawares. Okay, so how would that day come upon us unaware? How will we be caught off guard? Verse 35, for as a snare shall it come on all them that dwell on the face of the whole earth. So it's going to come as a snare on everybody, on all of them that dwell on the face of the earth. Not some people, everybody. So what is that word snare there? Let's get that word snare. In the Strong's, G3803, what does it say? A snare is a trap fashioned by a noose or notch, figuratively a trick. A snare is a trick to trick you into the trap. So are we discerning our reality of the tricks, the traps, the snares? It also says here, stratagem, meaning multiple strategies or agendas. Agenda is just a strategy, a project, operation. These are strategies, stratagem, to deceive you by the trick into the trap. See, these are the things we have to be able to point out. But if we're caught up in the paradigm, if we're caught up in the complex, we can't discern what's going on. They've sold us on the story and the narrative. We have to look at things outside of that. And typically that comes with not listening to their words, but looking at their actions. Christ said, you know a tree by the fruit that it bears. So a lot of times people, we get caught up, right, in the wordplay. And we're not watching actions, right? The wordplay can lure you under a spell. Watch the actions. It says also temptation. Sometimes these tricks come with temptation, making you believe and give you things that are what would be considered temptation. Your heart's desires. I can have this and I can have that. Things like the American dream, right? The chase after the dream, the temptation. It says here in the Thayer, of snares in which birds are entangled and caught, implies unexpectedly, suddenly, because birds and beasts are caught unawares. Anybody who's seen an animal get caught in a trap, not knowing the trap has been set by the trapper? That's Satan and his workers. Snare, whatever brings peril, loss, destruction, of a sudden and unexpectedly deadly peril, of the allurements and seductions of sin. So they would sell you, the seducers, they would seduce you with the trick and giving into your flesh, your carnal desires. That would be a key way that they could lure you into the trap. Think about it. Typically, when an animal is caught in a trap, it's usually some food that's sitting there. That food is enticing. The scent, the smell, right, lures you into the trap. So what is the sin that Satan is dangling in front of a person that will get them to not see clearly and be in the delusion, to be led into the trap, to be tricked? The allurements to sin by which the devil holds one bound. He would even use the snares of love. Remember Lot's wife, right? The foes of thine household will be thy worst enemies, your family members, the snares of love. To where now you might be like Lot's wife, and the snares of love for those who are against Christ will trick you. That snare of love will snare you up into the trap. Verse 36, watch ye therefore and pray always that you may be accounted worthy to escape. So the only way that you can avoid this, the trick into the trap or the snare, right, is watching and paying attention and praying for the Holy Spirit to give discernment to be able to decipher and decode the snares so that you can escape the snare. So you can say, yeah, Satan almost got me, but hey, I was paying attention. I almost got caught up in that trap, but I had to pull myself back to escape all these things that shall come to pass and to stand before the Son of Man. Now let's go to, so those are Christ's words. Now we're going to jump around here. Let's go now to Paul in Ephesians chapter 6. What did Paul have to say about tricks? Tricks are for kids because typically you would think a kid who is young in mind, immature, doesn't have experience can be tricked. Adults shouldn't be getting tricked, you would think. Adults should have wisdom enough, but typically sometimes you may find out children have more sense than adults have. Okay, but ultimately tricks should be for kids. Kids should be the ones that are easy to be tricked. So Ephesians chapter 6 and 10 says, finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. So if you don't have the Most High's armor on, right? What is his armor? Truth, righteousness, peace, faith, salvation, the Bible, which is the word of God, the sword of the Spirit, praying with all supplication, always in the Spirit, then you are not going to be able to stand against the devil's wiles. What is that word there? Wiles. Let's get the Greek Strongs. Wiles. G3180. Method. Traveling over, that is travesty, trickery. Trickery. While lie in wait to trick you into the trap. The trickery or the stratagem that the devil would use, him and his children would use to lure you into the trap because you're not paying attention or you're caught up under the spell. So we had to break free from the spell. In this case, it's the political spell and believing in a system that's always oppressed us on both sides. Thayer definition, cunning arts. So again, this is an art for those that go with this craft. It's witchcraft, deceit, craft, trickery. Okay, trickery. And what you'll find within those that are working, these workers and controllers, these crafters, these cunning tricksters that are at work, this is what you'll often find. Let me pull it up here. And this is when you research and study Freemasonry. Okay. When you research Freemasonry, it's you're just being constantly lied to up the ladder into the abyss of lies. Okay. And you'll be used to then project the lies that have been taught to you on others. So Paul identified this spirit. 2 Timothy 3:13, the spirit that would work in these type of men. It says, but evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. So when you're in the whole false left right paradigm and you're dealing with the people that are within that world, all right, with the Politricks, that's what you're dealing with. The Freemasons, the wizards, the witches, the sorcerers, evil men and seducers who are only waxing worse and worse in their evil and their seduction because there's something in it that they're looking to gain. A lot of times it's money. Okay, but there's other stuff, fame, success, the ability to be immortalized through their daddy, the devil, through his immortalization. They're waxing worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. So not only are they deceiving others, they're deceived. And they don't know the level of deception that they're under. Okay, that's how deep the seduction goes. And when you're dealing with the devil, it's a raw deal. It's a lose-lose deal. You think you're winning. Okay, only in the end to lose. Right? To know that you've been lied to. Okay, but there's oaths within this world that are taken for the seducers. There's oaths that they must, that they're bound to. If they buck the grain on those oaths, they must pay the consequences early before their time is up. That's why when you see a lot of these people, when things come out on them, there's all type of rituals going on, shaming rituals and things like that. But when you look at that word seducer in the Strongs, what do we have for seducer? What do we have? G 1114. It says to wail properly, a wizard. A seducer is a wizard, and it says here as muttering spells. So these are your spellcasters who are muttering spells. When they're talking to you, they're using different wordplay to lure you in to feeling comfortable, at peace, feeling enlightened, making you feel good about yourself. They're leading you to destruction. That is by implication an imposter. They're imposters. They're not leaders. They're put in position of leaders. Okay. But they're imposters. They're not true leaders who have the good intent for your best interest. They're after their interest. And this isn't just directly revealed to you. In indirect ways, revelation of the method, predictive programming, do they indirectly relay this to you so that they can't be held accountable that you didn't know what was going on. Let's go to Thayer. It says a wailer, a howler, a juggler, enchanter, because incantations used to be uttered in a kind of howl, a deceiver, imposter. That's who we're dealing with. And so we have to understand that. Not only that, but when you even go to Corinthians, let me pull it up here. When you go to Corinthians, Paul even furthers this explanation. Let's go to Corinthians 2 Corinthians 11 and 14. All right. So we can't be surprised when we hear this stuff, because Paul and the disciples and the prophets and Christ spoke about this, because it's been going on since the beginning of Adam's fall. This isn't anything new. It may be new for us to find this out because we've been lied to. We've been manipulated in our reality to believe it's a certain way when it's not. So 2 Corinthians 11, verse 13 says what? For such are false apostles. So we have to be able to identify who are the false apostles. Deceitful workers. Who are the deceitful workers? Meaning somebody who's working would make you believe they're working for your cause, but it's not. They're controlled opposition. They're an imposter. Deceitful workers transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. They would even come holding the Bible. Republicans, anybody? They would even come holding the Bible and tell you they're conservative. Deceitful workers. Christ said, many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Verse 14. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed. Transformers. Transformed into an angel of light. They're Decepticons. So we get to be able to identify the Decepticons in our reality. They're transformers. Verse 15, therefore it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. They're going to come to you presenting themselves as good for you. They're for your turn. They're doing things for your benefit. They're imposters. They're deceitful workers. And they're not hard to identify, right? But the spell is so strong that people can get sucked in and forget who these people really are, or they may not really know who these people are. Well, we're going to talk about these people tonight. And they must be exposed. They must be exposed with their words. Again, what we do here, we don't really give an analysis. We just present the receipts and allow brothers and sisters to come to their own conclusions. We give very little analysis here. We bring forth the information, and then it's for people to make the determination, because it really shouldn't take analysis with the information that's brought out. Okay. So we would never just sit up here and talk and tell you, hey, take our word for it. This is what it is, without providing the receipts. So we've broken down Politricks. Now I want to deal with a couple things. Okay. We saw the quote from Frank Zappa: politics is the entertainment division of the military industrial complex. So he gave a warning, and he died at the age of 53, young age, who probably taken out for his being a social critic, being critic of politics and Politricks. Okay, probably taken out because he has a huge level of influence being a musician. See, they cannot allow people who have huge influence to be able to speak like this. You're supposed to be working for them, putting the people who are under your influence under the spell, under Satan's spell, not to be used the other way around, to break the spell. All right. Let's go to our dear brother here. Let me pull him up. Malcolm X. Right? We all love Malcolm X, even though we're not Muslim, but he had a lot of things that were way ahead of his time. Very, very powerful truths being spoken by Malcolm X. he had a powerful analogy, white America as a fox versus a wolf. So let's take a look at this analogy from Malcolm X.
I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb. And usually the fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate. The wolf doesn't act friendly, and therefore the wolf has more difficulty in getting the lamb chop in his plate.
I'd like to point out, though, that...
And I say that because it is usually if you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro, who actually differs from the white conservative in the same way that the fox differs from the wolf. Their appetite is the same. Their motives are the same. It's only their mannerisms and methods that differ.
I would agree that no doubt.
So Malcolm X spoke about the white liberal as a fox, meaning a fox could get next to you and make you believe it's your friend, that you're his friend, when really he's there to devour you. Whereas the Republican would be seen as a wolf, meaning they're out in front, making you believe that they're totally against you. This was during his time. Conservatives versus liberals. Now, Christ spoke about these foxes as wolves in sheep's clothing, making you think that they're the lamb, right? And they're a sheep, and they're harmless, but that's really just a disguise. They're really controlled opposition. They're really a wolf. And, examining this now, we almost have to, in our modern time, reverse this. And this is something that is just of recent that we would say we would probably need to reverse this now. And before, we would never have said this, where for those that remember, Fox News, when Donald Trump was selected, right? They made us believe that we voted him in as president when he was selected. Okay, all presidents are selected. But a statement was made on Fox News that Donald Trump was selected because of the black vote, primarily the black male vote. You see that 24% black men, 9% black women. So they actually gave all credit to black men and black people as a whole for Trump winning. Without this vote, they're saying that Trump would not have won and the Democrats would have won. Now, again, all theater, but a very powerful examination of this statement. Again, the elders Patreon earlier. If it wasn't for black people, America not only would not have been built and be the empire that it is, but black people uphold the American empire. If black people altogether unplug from this false left-right paradigm and said, we're not participating, we're not voting, we're not giving you any of our energy until our demands are met as the descendants of black slaves and what is due to us, what is actually due to us and reparations, not that we would get it, because again, that undermines Christ's position and his authority and his job. But if we just took that stance, America would collapse overnight. If we took all of our economic spending and said we're only going to spend our money, or at least primarily, majority of our money is only going to be spent within our community, America would collapse overnight. So what is this? What is it that they're actually telling us when we're watching the news and they make a statement like that? That black people and the children of Israel, because you see Latinos here too, but primarily Judah, the tribe of Judah, right, are the single deciding factor that's keeping America afloat, that's powered America up until this point. And so what they must do is they must keep us in this paradigm, bouncing back and forth between Democrat, Republican and believing in the system, which this country is our captivity. This is not our rest. This is not our homeland. This country refuses to give acknowledgement that we're the children of Israel. This country continues to push debauchery in our community through our culture and fashion, through entertainment. This country continues to push drugs, illegal and what they would consider legal drugs on us in our community, to continue to push guns, illegal guns into our community, gangs, all of this destructive, debaucherous culture against us. And yet here we are supporting this system, still participating in it, keeping it afloat. That's one examination here. The second examination, which we've spoke about in the past, is that the Democrat, the liberal, who Malcolm X called the fox, is no longer the fox. They're now the wolf. They're now seen for exactly who they are. And our people have woken up to who they are. It's obvious. It's so blatant that it's offensive and appalling. So our people, what have we done? We've shifted and now went to the other side to support the other side, thinking, well, they're conservative and conservative values, but are they really conservative? Right? They make us believe they're conservative on the surface. When you peel back the layers, are they really conservative? They'll pass some legislation and laws, which we're going to deal with all that, to make us believe, oh, yeah, that's great. But to what reason are these things being done? Right? And what are they really doing on the other side? Remember the Now You See Me movie, the sleight of hand, the abracadabra, right? Good cop, bad cop, right? The abracadabra to make you look at the left hand, what the left hand is doing. Oh, look at what they're doing for us. But while the right hand, while they're keeping you distracted and busy, the right hand is getting ready for the knockout blow. Right. So we're gonna deal with that. Okay. But then the question was asked. You don't have to worry about this side being Mark of the Beast ready. Okay. Those that are Democrats that have aligned themselves to liberalism, homosexuality, abortion, on and on and on, all the evils the Democrats have put out there. This is a gauge to see, okay, who have we socially engineered all the way left to where we got them in the corner pocket, right? But we understand there's going to be those who are not going to be for that, especially the remnant that are going to filter over here to the conservative side. How are we going to be able to get them on board with our program on this side, being conservative, being more so what you would consider conspiratorial minded, or your conspiracy theorists, your Bible believers? How do we get them on our side to be like the liberals are? Entering what? Your controlled opposition. Enter in your controlled opposition. They make you believe that they're on your side, but you have to really examine. They have now, the Republicans under Donald Trump have now become the fox. They're no longer the wolf. The wolf is over here. They have now become the wolf in sheep's clothing, as Christ warned, and the Republicans are now the fox. They've switched, bait and switch. And now we've jumped on board this side, the Trump train. All right, the golden age, make America great again. We can't wait to have prosperity in America in our captivity. We will never get prosperity. We may have a little bit of success, but we will never have prosperity, the prosperity that we deserve in America. But their goal is to get us to believe we can. And so they have to gauge to see what are people voting, who's not voting, so we can take a gauge to see who's disconnected altogether from our political industrial complex, our theater, and that tells them how much of a concern and what they need to do next, right? To the awakening. And so we're going to deal with that, right? We're going to deal with all this, right? Just setting the stage. So we've defined Politricks. But what is a technocracy? One may ask. What is a technocracy? Let's go over here to Wikipedia. What do we have for technocracy? Technocracy is a form of government in which the decision makers are selected based on their expertise in a given area of responsibility, particularly with regard to scientific or technical knowledge. Technology. It's a form of government in which the decision makers, meaning that these people now become your politicians, not the politicians themselves. Your government is now led by the decision making of those who would be about the technology. Okay, their technical expertise would then be used to guide the country and to guide government. It says technocracy follows largely in tradition of other meritocratic theories and assumes full state control over political and economic issues. So now you're giving all the power to people who are representatives of the technocracy. Okay. And there's more here. So what would these and who are representatives of technocracy be called? We're going to come back here. The representatives of the technocracy will be called what?
Technocrat.
They will be called technocrats. It says here, an expert in science or technology who has a lot of power in or influence with the government or industry. So it would be government being led not by the people you voted in, not that they're good either, but it would then be led by technocrats. Okay. Science and technology would now lead government with those technocrats who have the influence to control and have the authority over your government selected officials. Now, what does Paul tell us when it comes to science? Let's go to Timothy. Paul warned Timothy about science. What did Paul tell Timothy about science? We're going to 1 Timothy chapter 6. Verse 19. It says, laying up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, that they may lay hold on eternal life. So Paul was preaching about laying hold of and storing up a good foundation, meaning a foundation rooted in Christ. Okay, a foundation rooted in Christ so that you can lay hold on eternal life. What would be those things that could get in the way of that? Verse 20, O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust. Timothy, keep that good foundation. Store up and lay up that good foundation, which meaning that which is committed to thy trust. By doing what? Avoiding profane and vain babblings, because again, that wordplay, those deceptive words and speeches, talkings, and oppositions of science falsely so called. Science falsely so called. There is a thing called good science or actual real science. Okay. And then you have the science which is falsely so called. We talked about Anthony Fauci, who now is on preemptive pardon, who told the whole world he is the science. And if you don't believe him, you're going against the science, because the science starts and stops with him. So you can't question the science under him. But why does he need a preemptive pardon? If he is the science, that means everything he's bringing forth is good. It's good science. Why does he need a preemptive pardon? Because he was bringing forth science falsely so-called. It wasn't real science. It was weird science, right? Another shout out for my movie buffs, those who, right, have seen it. Weird science, falsely so-called. Okay, so we have to now examine what is actually real science. Real science is that the herbs of the earth are for our healing, not vaccines made in a laboratory with undisclosed ingredients. They give you the ingredient sheet for the vaccines, it's blank. You don't even know what's in it because they won't tell you what's in it. But they're telling you this is the science, trust the science, put this in you to stop the boogeyman disease that's out there that the whole world shut down over. See, this is what Paul was, this is what Paul was warning Timothy about. And when you become, we talked about it last broadcast, Scientology or technocracy. Verse 21 says, which some professing have erred concerning the faith, because this particular science, so-called, falsely called, will get you to go against Christ. That's the end goal, to get you to go against what is natural according to the Most High and what is artificial, the AI, the artificial intelligence, and everything that comes with merging with that. If you merge with that, you now will err in your faith, because Revelation 13 says that he that taketh the mark of the beast, actually chapter 14, will burn in the lake of fire. Right? You will become become a smoking shish kebab in lava. Okay? Smoke coming off you day and night. I mean smoke from taking that mark. So they must bring forth the controlled opposition. Right? They must bring forth the controlled opposition to get you to fall under this false science, this weird science. So they must send forth their controllers. They're false controllers. They're imposters to get you to trust them, to gain their trust. When Paul told Timothy to keep that which is committed to thy trust. How do you know to keep this if you don't even know what this is? If you're so caught up in the world and what the world is saying and what the science, what they're telling you is science, and you're just trusting them in their science, and you've gained their trust, then you're now failing what Paul warned Timothy to not get caught up in these vain babblings, these profane and vain babblings, this philosophy of false science being used and waged against you. And that becomes your trust. That becomes your religion and your God. That becomes your religion and your God. So now, coming back here to technocracy, it says this system explicitly contrasts with representative democracy. The notion that elected representatives should be the primary decision makers in government, though it does not necessarily imply eliminating elected representatives. Decision makers are selected based on specialized knowledge and performance rather than political affiliations, parliamentary skills, or popularity. These people have not been selected even as representatives, but yet they're basically dictating government as technology, quote unquote, experts, science guys. We're going to examine, are these really science guys? Paul warned Timothy about these guys. The term technocracy was initially used to signify the application of the scientific method to solving social problems. In its most extreme form, technocracy is an entire government running as a technical or engineering problem and is mostly hypothetical. It's not based on actual science. It's based upon hypothetical. You notice when you deal with their pharma key, well, we're going to give you this just in case. It's always hypothetical to give you stuff you really don't need. And then once you take it, now you have side effects. Now you really need help. That's what these people are. These technocrats, right? Dealing with hypotheses and projection and their form of what they call science and technology. It says, in more practical use, technocracy is any portion of a bureaucracy run by technologists. That's who's running government under a technocracy. We're going to examine, is America a technocracy? And if so, are we examining the politricks of this said technocracy? A government in which elected officials appoint experts and professionals to administer individual government functions and recommend legislation can be considered technocratic. Now, I think we've pretty much done a good job breaking down technocracy. So we talk about the politricks, the many tricks, right? Deceptions, traps, snares, stratagem. They would be used to push science and technology through government, and that this is the way. So going back now to Trump's Stargate, right? The $500 billion AI push initiative, and how Biden laid the groundwork for this with a tiered approach that would monopolize this for America, where America would lead the way as the tip of the spear with this approach for AI. And the whole world would fall under America with this what we can now call tricknology. The same way we have politricks, we also have tricknology, right? Because there is good technology. Even far before the past 100, 200 years, most people think technology, they think something that plugs into the wall or has electricity. That's not always technology. There's been technology for thousands of years. The invention of the wheel was technology. When you use the wheel to actually use for transport, okay? The ability to use water as a form of energy, right? And constructing certain types of even wooden apparatuses to be used, devices to be used, that would then power a community long before electricity was discovered. That's a type of technology. So there is good technology, but then we start going into the world of AI and these types of, these type of inventions. We now must look at that as tricknology. All right, that's the tricknology. So now let's do this. Let's come over here because you have what is called the technocracy movement. And this is where we're going to really start to hammer home of this movement and what's really going on as we ask the question, is America a technocracy? Is America being ran by technocrats? It says the technocracy movement was a social movement active in the United States and Canada in the 1930s, which favored technocracy as a system of government over representative democracy and concomitant partisan politics. So you notice how here lately you've heard a lot of stuff about Canada in the news with America. We're going to get with that here in a moment about Canada. But notice how this movement started with the U.S. and Canada. So Howard Scott and his technical alliance is said to be where this movement started, an engineer. Okay. It was also overshadowed during the Great Depression. But understand that this movement started in the 30s. Notice how a lot of the stuff we deal with starts like around this time, the early 1900s, World War I, World War II, right in that era. A lot of stuff going on. The technocracy movement proposed replacing partisan politicians and business people with scientists and engineers who had the technical expertise to manage the economy, but the movement did not fully aspire to scientocracy. The movement was committed to abstaining from all partisan politics and communist revolution. So let's scroll down here now. Let's get deeper into this movement. Something really key is going to jump out to us here as we continue to go down this rabbit hole of the technocracy movement. Okay. It's going to really jump out the rabbit hole. I'm going to bring all this home. Right? So let's look at this here. October 7, 1940, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police arrested members of Technocrazy Incorporated, charging them with belonging to an illegal organization. Now check this out. One of the arrested was Joshua Norman Hadelman, a Regina chiropractor, former director of Technocrazy Incorporated, and the grandfather of Elon Musk. The grandfather of Elon Musk was arrested by the Canadian police, charged with belonging to an illegal organization. So Elon Musk, we're going to deal with his connection with Canada. We see his grandfather, Joshua Hadelman, which means that his name isn't Musk. Okay? That's not his name. Okay? The muskrat. Okay? Oh, yeah. Illegal organization. And former director of Technocrazy Incorporated. So long before Elon Musk was even on the scene pushing his technology, his granddad was pushing a technocracy movement and technocracy enterprises in Canada. Now, let's keep going here. It says Technocrats' plan. The first line of Technocrazy Inc., Elon Musk's grandfather, the director, it says technocracy is the science of social engineering. A big word and term we must keep in mind when we're dealing with this topic. The scientific operation of the entire social mechanism to produce and distribute goods and services to the entire population of this continent. Let's keep going here. Let's keep going. I was going through this information and the stuff that was coming out and just how it connects. Like you go down a rabbit hole and the stuff that you've seen before and researched before, but then you just see it connect on a whole different level. Like, whoa, this is so deeply connected here. You stumble upon stuff that you really, necessarily didn't start out looking for. So now we have here the technate. The technate. We've talked about this before. Some may not remember. Let's revisit this. This is in this technocracy movement. Let's see, what is the technate? Technocracy looked for large areas with bountiful resources to enable self-sufficiency. A technate is practically a large body of land governed by a technocracy that only needs minimal trade. Only needs minimal trade. technocrats had a strong belief in continentalism. Scott mentioned that in the case of forming a North American technate would be like forming a federation or union under the guidance of technocracy. Areas engaging in continentalism are the USSR and European Union. What do we have here? We have the North American technate. What has Donald Trump been speaking about since he got in office? And even before he got in office, he's been talking about Greenland. He's been talking about Canada. He's been talking about Mexico a lot. The North American Union, or the North American Technate, the Technate of America. This is 1930s, family. Long before Donald Trump was born. Is it coincidence that Donald Trump pops up with Canadian Elon Musk in his administration, and he's speaking about taking control of Greenland and making Canada the 51st country and Mexico, and now making this technate come to be reality? You think this was Donald Trump's plan? How can this be his plan when he wasn't even born yet? To show you that these are decades and centuries old plans that these guys are fulfilling. This is not their decision making. They're just there to help bring it to pass. Okay? We're going to get more on this. This is just the beginning of showing this. So for some people that see this talk about Canada and Greenland, may not understand what's going on. You must dig deep into these movements, these projects, these operations to see the men who are operating behind the scenes, to understand what's happening here. But understand this technocracy idea is about these countries merging together for sake of resources, because there are resources that can be utilized. So America, even Trump has said it himself, is looking to take in Canada for the resources. Look at all the resources here that America now can get access to, the oil, the minerals. The same with Greenland. Even the same can be said about Mexico and Latin America. Okay? It could then help America to thrive in this part of the world, to gain access to these resources, and for America to be the tip of the spear running the show, empowering it as the heart of this union. So when the scriptures talk about Babylon, it's talking about all of this. It's not just talking about the United States. It says flee from the land of the north. All of this is north. There's only one way out of north, and that's south. Into the south. Either the west hemisphere or the eastern hemisphere is the only way how you get out of the north in either of the southern hemispheres. Because this particular part is going to be inflamed, right? Total destruction, radiation, on and on and on and on. Now, we've seen this map before, a piece of this map. We're going to deal with that here in a moment. But I want to go back to this whole idea of this American technate. Now look at this. They have waterway depths of transportation routes. So they're mapping out the resources and that what can be had should all these countries merge as one. And the transportation paths to transport these resources throughout this whole region. And it even goes with kind of, connects to the whole high-speed rail system that they have planned to happen here in this particular area as well, to where there will be no travel outside of high-speed rail. Your 15-minute cities, there will be no need for cars. If you're going to travel from one city to the next, it'll be through high-speed rail, just like you see in Hunger Games. Right? Anybody seen Hunger Games? They were traveling through high-speed rail. Okay? There'll be no cars. The self-driving cars, the electrical cars are temporary, but that's the next step leading you into the high-speed rail. system. Now let's read this here. It talks about the continental hydrology. A radical plan to transform the Technate's mode of transportation was to have total control over all rivers and lakes across the continent. Travel by ship was faster than car or train at the time. The continental hydrology would end up linking several rivers. It also named to help monitor erosion of the country, generate power, and be educational for students. This plan faced criticism for being a project that would destroy several habitats. So Technocracy, the design, laid out a grand scheme to organize a new government. There are a few distinct layers. So it goes into now how their whole plan, this idea of creating this technocracy. So it's more than technology. It also has to do with the mapping out of landmass for the sake of increasing the efficiency of their technology. But understand that this in big part was laid out by Elon Musk's grandfather. Right? So again, we go back into the past and then we're going to move up forward into present time. So now let's do this because we've seen this Technate, North American Technate, very similar on another map. What map is that? That is your Club of Rome, 10 Kingdoms map. This is a 1968 plan. Okay. A 1968 plan where they looked, the Club of Rome, we're going to go into that here in a moment. They looked to have 10 sectors across the world where you have 10 nation states. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at the dissolving of borders. There'll be no more states of countries, but now merging together to become one union, right? And they had mapped out 10. And look over here at America. Only difference is Mexico is the only part that's not part of the North American Union in this particular map, but we still see Canada and Greenland. Okay, so we're gonna deal with this. So to deal with this and get the understanding now behind this plan, we're peeling back the layers. How many of you all are familiar with the book Behold a Pale Horse? Ah, yes. This is one of the first books I got into when first waking up to the New World Order in about 2001. This was a 1991 book written by William Cooper. Okay. Milton William Cooper, or Bill Cooper, who's ex-military. He was military, and during his time in the military, he saw a lot and started to wake up to agendas and discover different plans. So we talk about Serge Manaz, the Canadian, and his investigative journalism. Remember, he was in the 80s and the 90s before he passed in the mid-90s. And so this book is right around the time when Serge Manaz was also dropping what he was dropping. This book is actually about 7 years before Damon Wilson's book, The New Age Millennium. And maybe even Damon Wilson has some parts of this book referenced in his book. But we want to come down here to Club of Rome in this book, right? This book bringing definitely back some memories from the good old days. We want to examine this Club of Rome. This Club of Rome plan. Let's see what the inner workings are of this plan from the Club of Rome. It says here, a third study was made by the Club of Rome ending in 1968 to determine the limits to growth. The result was the same. The Club of Rome was commissioned to develop a computer model of the world so as to predict the outcome of corrections made to social and economic structures by the elect. The Club of Rome was also asked to develop a computer model of a new world order. Both tasks were accomplished. Studies were done to determine a method to arrest the population explosion before the point of no return would be reached. It was determined that an immediate attack on the problem would involve 2 points of intervention. So this Club of Rome was dealt in task with figuring out, dealing, or to arrest this population explosion. Okay? Meaning that they were tasked to deal with depopulation, coming up with how they would go about the depopulation. The first was to lower the birth rate, and the second was to increase the death rate. So those are the two different means of intervention of arresting the population explosion or depopulation. You have to find a way to lower the birth rate and or increase the death rate. Sound familiar, anybody? So now, to lower the birth rate, several programs were put into motion. The first was the development of positive birth control methods using Chapter 9. Mechanical diaphragm and condom, chemical, foam and birth control pills, and medical sterilization, abortion, and hysterectomy procedures. These were developed and implemented. The women's liberation movement was started with the demand for free abortions. My body, my choice, reproductive freedom. So you have your liberal Democrats who used to suck all our people into the Democrat side to push this as hard as they could to get us to get on board with this free abortion. Women's liberation, I don't need a man. So you don't need a man. So without a man, you're not having babies. On top of that, when you do lay with a man, you're not married, and now you're getting abortions using pro-choice as its rallying cry. So they called it pro-choice then. Now they repackaged it as reproductive freedom. Understand, so when you see Kamala doing her thing, she's acting out an old age plan. It's not her idea. She's just there to sell it. She's the modern day snake oil salesman of this Club of Rome plan. Mixed in with the liberal movement, what else did they bring? Homosexuality, the LGBTQ. So they used the Democratic Party as the vehicle to bring in the pro-choice, the women's liberation, feminism, homosexuality, and they merged it all together with civil rights for our people. So we would all come into this. So it would be primarily aimed at black people, at the children of Israel. Homosexuality was encouraged and gay liberation was born. So out of the women's liberation movement came gay liberation. So you understand, when you give women rights to be liberated and free, what does that produce? Homosexuality, sodomy. Because now the women will not go for men, they'll go for other women. Right? Romans chapter 1. Men burning in their desire one towards another. So now the women are now choosing other women, and that leaves the men left to themselves, and now men choosing other men. All started with just liberating women. So for those that thought the women's liberation movement was good, look at all of what's manifested from it. The whole homosexuality movement could only be spawned through women's liberation and getting women to accept homosexual friends, gay men as friends, because now they're no longer feeling threatened, right? Or feeling intimidated or any of those things by men, because those men are gay. So now women are now comfortable around men, these liberated women, because these men aren't checking for them, right? Men acting like women, and then women calling them their girlfriends, and now being able to, look at that as something, as friends, and being able to get along with men only when they're gay. right? It says here, homosexuals do not have children. Zero population growth became a hot subject at cocktail parties. Individual freedom, the heat of the moment, religion, and the old blue law sabotaged these efforts. And while zero population growth became a reality in some areas, population increased rapidly in others. The only alternative left to the world's ruling elite was to increase the death rate. So they were doing this to try to bring forth population control or depopulation, right? By attacking the reproductive area. But that wasn't working to the level they needed to, right? I mean, even now, it's still a small percentage. It's as much success they've had with it. So they're still working that angle, that side of the sword. But there's another side of the sword that they need to work, and that's the death rate, eliminating the people that are alive. It says this was a difficult thing to do as no one wanted to pick people out of a crowd and line them up for execution. Neither did they relish the possible consequences of an enraged public upon discovering that they were being systematically murdered. Of course, a very short but very deadly global war using nuclear weapons upon select population concentrations was contemplated, and to tell you the truth, was not ruled out. So even nuclear war being an option wasn't necessarily the best option. They could use it, but they'd have to be selective, and it had to be certain things that had to be in place for nuclear war to take place. Okay, you have to kind of build up to that. So it's not an instantaneous thing that they could do for killing a lot of people. It says the fact that such a population control was even contemplated confirmed the worst fears of those who had participated in the 1957 study. War was put on the back burner to simmer, but may become a reality. In the meantime, something else had to be done that would absolve the decision makers of guilt and place the blame on those who did not lead clean lives. Something that could be blamed upon Mother Nature. What was needed was the bubonic plague or some other horrible but natural disease. COVID-19 operation, anybody? They needed to be able to blame something on Mother Nature, a plague or a natural disease, to really be able to bring forth the death, the silent killer in your vaccine. You see, by participating in the vaccination program, you're now volunteering yourself for death. And they're absolved because you chose to do that. They didn't make you do it. You chose to do that. So they can get rid of you and be absolved all at the same time. All because they called out a disease was the boogeyman disease was on the loose, and you needed this solution. This was 1991, around the same time Serge Menage was speaking about the vaccine program in Canada that couldn't be spoke about. If you did any research on it, if you asked for speaking to any of their health ministers and all of that, they would give you the runaround as Serge Menage was doing his investigation on this particular thing, right? So here it is, William Cooper bringing this out, this Club of Rome plan out in his book. And notice how all of this, it all connects. All of what we're bringing out, it all is connected. At the root of all of this is depopulation. This technocracy movement at the root of it, okay, or at their end game in all this is depopulation. So all of what they're laying, the infrastructures of that form of government, is just steps to get them to the end game. It's the steps to get them to this point. The reason when you saw Trump announce Operation Stargate, Project Stargate, okay, he came out with his technocrats and they all proclaimed mRNA AI vaccines, AI mRNA vaccines. specifically designed for each person's DNA. Okay, and they would have it ready in 48 hours to deal with your turbo cancer that was caused. They didn't say this, right? But the turbo cancer that was caused from you taking the COVID shot and the other things that they've done to cause cancer and disease. So the answer, it says here, the answer came from Rome, the mother of America. Okay, America's the extension. She's the harlot riding the beast, but Rome is the beast. So what do we have here? We have top secret recommendations made by Dr. Aurelio Pecci of the Club of Rome. Sound like Anthony Fauci, right? He advocated that a plague be introduced that would have the same effect as the famous Black Death of history. The chief recommendation was to develop a microbe which would attack the autoimmune system and thus render the development of a vaccine impossible. So you see the Club of Rome map and you think it's just them restructuring a map, right? They're just trying to get rid of borders, right? This is just a small part of the plan. This is just what they're doing to incrementally squeeze people into what we're reading here. Was to get you to believe there's a boogeyman disease out there, okay, that would render the autoimmune system useless, and now we must come up with the solution, the vaccine. 1991 was the book. This was a 1970 plan. 1960s, 1970s plan by the Club of Rome. The orders were given to develop the microbe and to develop a prophylactic and a cure. The microbe will be used against the general population and will be introduced by vaccine. We read that again. The microbe would be used against the general population and would be introduced by vaccine. So there is no disease. The disease is in the shot. This microbe that they would create will be introduced to your body through the vaccine. The prophylactic was to be used by the ruling elite. Operation Warp Speed. The cure will be administered to the survivors when it is decided that enough people have died. Right? 2020. They showed us all of these images of white sheets and bodies being wheeled out to be incinerated in crematoriums in 2020. You go to the hospital in 2020, the hospitals were empty. But all day long on CNN, white sheets, bodies. They didn't show you any bodies. All they showed you was white sheets. They had to show you a body. Right? People aren't critically thinking enough to think, oh, where's the body? All I see is sheets. Oh, well, there has to be a body under the sheets. Why would there not be bodies under the sheets? So now you gain trust of government that their news would tell you the truth of what's going on. Then when they tell you enough people have died, those that have survived, now we've come up with the solution, the vaccine. It says the cure will be announced as newly developed when in fact it has existed from the beginning. This plan is part of Global 2000. The prophylactic and the cure are suppressed. Right, let me see if there's anything else in here. I mean, there's more, but I think we've pretty much got what we need. This Club of Rome plan is way deeper than a map. So what we'll do is there's more in here. I know there's more in here. We'll save that for another time. I want to get, just so we can see, he actually has the map in his book. Okay, he goes through this map and also lists out the countries that are, for instance, you have, it says kingdoms, New World Order kingdoms, Club of Rome's 10 global groups, Group 1, North America, Canada, United States of America. Okay? So when you come down here, it goes through all the 10 groups and the countries that make up each group as they get rid of borders, as they bring everything under one. You have the 10 eventually coming under the one. So here is the map. He had it in his book in 1991. The 10 kingdoms from the Club of Rome map. Right. I remember seeing this map at the time in 2001. And it was interesting, but boy, is it hitting on a whole different level now that time has surpassed, and we're seeing the depthness going into the research coming out on this now. So now we'll come back to that book in the future. I have a video here. And we're going to now start to get into these technocrats. Now that we've seen their plans, what is their plans? Depopulation. And what they're laying out is the beginning stages of bringing this to come to pass. We have a video here, Reese Report video. The rebranding of North America, the North American Union. The rebranding of the North American Union. There it is.
"18 years ago, the Alex Jones film Endgame warned us of the coming North American Union as a stealth, incremental step towards a one-world government.
It is a big idea, a new world order.
President Bush said that the New World Order was in tune, and that's what they were working for. The UN is part of that government. They're working right now very significantly for a North American Union. That's why there's a lot of people in Washington that don't care too much about our borders.
Then you think these people work on what I call systemic methodology, meaning that you take a pie, just imagine you take an apple pie and you slice this apple pie into lots of very small pieces, and you put in front of each one of these pieces your man or woman of trust. And by controlling this individual, you control an entire organization, and that's how you control, with a very, very small power base, an entire global population of 6 billion people.
For over 50 years, the Bilderberg Group constructed the European Union by stealth under the guise of trade deals. Now the elite are using the same secretive program to complete the North American Union. The Bilderberg Group would later admit that their mission was the formation of the EU. Once the EU was established, under the guise of trade deals, a North American Union and Asian Union would be formed. The three interlocking superstates form the core of the global government. From September 12th to September 14th in Banff, Canada, hundreds of elected and appointed government leaders from Canada, Mexico, and the United States met in secret. The Judicial Watch Foundation submitted Freedom of Information Act requests to obtain the full agenda and minutes of the secret assembly. Many federal agencies refused, citing national security. The foundation finally succeeded and did receive thousands of pages of documents. The pages chronicle an already operating North American Union. Transportation, law enforcement, agriculture, regulation, banking, manufacturing, construction, education, immigration, and even the military are being merged with no input from the people or their elected representatives in Congress and Parliament. One of the first items on their agenda was to stress how important it was that their plan, quote, be carried out by stealth. The controllers also talked about exploiting the public's fears of climate change to push a continent-wide tax to fund the new government.
So we're talking about the death of Canada is what's happening in there right now. The death of your sovereignty is happening in there right now. CNN has even reported that these individuals have put out the policy reports through the Council on Foreign Relations that writes their scholarly white papers to end the United States, to end Canada, and to end Mexico.
We went into...
Now, this particular video, what you're seeing here, this is in the 2000s, like right around the time of George Bush Obama administration, right in that time period that this documentary came out. So this isn't recent, but it's hitting on this age-old plan that we're seeing start to take shape now.
Go.
We went into downtown Ottawa and talked to locals.
What's your view on losing Canada's sovereignty?
I like this country to stay as it is, and I love the United States to be there.
Man, what did you say about the American Union?
It's going to end up happening.
When you read human history, when you study it, all you see is elites trying to dominate, subterfuge, Machiavellian backstabbing, and somehow in the last 50 years they convinced Westerners that the government's fine, can do no wrong, trust them. How did this happen?
It's easy to lead sheep.
Without ever mentioning it during his campaign, for obvious reasons, President Trump is now introducing the public to the idea of a North American Union.
Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right.
It doesn't sound like a long shot at all. It sounds like the North American Union, except it will probably be called something else. And if you fight against it, the government will ship you to a prison in El Salvador. Elon Musk says it's the way. Greg Reese reporting.
Elon Musk says this is the way. So what is this country that was just mentioned doing with their prison population? 40% of the prison population is already repaying its debt to society. In return, they receive a shorter sentence and learn a skill. Debt camps, okay? Debt labor camps, where you're going to pay your debt to society off, whether you owe student loans, you have, debt on your credit, you've committed a crime according to the criminal system, and that's a debt to be repaid, right? You're going to work in their debt factories to help build the tower, the modern day Tower of Babel, this system, okay? And Elon Musk says this is the way. So more on the muskrat here in a moment. So there's more there, and there's so much to talk about on this topic. But now let's deal with the technocrats. Let us now deal with the technocrats. So the first technocrat we have to speak about. You cannot speak about this man. You cannot speak about technocrats and not speak about this man first. Bill Gates, who most people know as the gates of hell. And we know the gates of hell will not prevail. But the gates of hell still exist, right? It will prevail against those who are not on the Most High side. It says here, William Henry Gates III is an American businessman and philanthropist, best known for co-founding the software company Microsoft. Okay, so understand, he first was brought to the scene, the world stage and scene, as the co-founder of Microsoft. So he's already being introduced to you as a technology guy, a tech guy. with his childhood friend Paul Allen, right? He later held the position of chairman, chief executive officer, president, and chief software architect of the company. Gates was also its largest individual shareholder until May 2014. He was a pioneer of the microcomputer revolution of the 70s and the 80s, or was he? Okay, or was he? Okay, college dropout. I can't remember if he was a high school dropout, but I know his education does not go far. But yet here we are. He's one of the biggest computer companies, software companies the world has ever known, with Microsoft. Right? Pretty much at one point, all the computers were pretty much Microsoft computers. I know Apple has taken a big share with their products now, but Microsoft, I'd probably say, is still king. Also, from there, in June 2008, Gates transitioned into a part-time role at Microsoft. So now he's starting to transition and transform. What is the transformer, the Decepticon, transforming into? Let's see. From tech guy to part-time role at Microsoft and full-time work at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the private charitable foundation he and his then wife Melinda had established in 2000. Oh yes, they want you to believe it's charitable. It's charity. He's a billionaire, and he's now ready to give his charity for being a billionaire. His debt, his greatness to society, he's ready to give to mankind. He stepped down as chairman of the Microsoft board in February 2014 and assumed the role of technology advisor to support newly appointed CEO Satya Nadella. In March 2020, Gates left his board positions at Microsoft and Berkshire Hathaway to focus on his philanthropic efforts on climate change, global health, and development and education. So he transitioned. It was a slow transition. From 2008, he morphed into a lesser role at Microsoft. In 2014 came, he morphed into a lesser role at Microsoft. And then 2020, he finally made his full metamorphosis and completed his exit from Microsoft into philanthropy, climate change, global health, vaccines, full time. Not that he wasn't already doing these things, but now he's full time, no longer associated with Microsoft. So he went from technology guy to now trying to tell the world about health, the world's health and people's health. That's a very interesting switch from computers to world health, right? So this is the introduction. But remember, we're talking about technocrats and the technocracy movement. So we understand that Bill Gates' foundation is in technology and science. Even shifting from Microsoft into his philanthropy is still heavily, mostly engulfed in technology and science, which still would make him a big-time technocrat. And we read about the technocracy movement, the Technate, which is Club of Rome, which is depopulation. So certainly, absolutely not with Bill Gates could he be found anywhere talking about depopulation. Impossible, right? That would be impossible. What do we have here? We have a video, TED Talk, Innovating to Zero, Bill Gates' summary on how to get to net zero.
The climate getting worse means that many years their crops won't grow. There'll be too much rain, not enough rain. Things will change in ways that their fragile environment simply can't support. Now, we put out a lot of carbon dioxide every year, over 26 billion tons. For each American, it's about 20 tons. For people in poor countries, it's less than 1 ton. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to zero. There are a lot of services where you can bring the energy for that service down quite substantially. But for these first 3 factors now, we've gone from 26 billion to at best maybe 13 billion tons. Now, we have some pilot things that do this at the 60 to 80% level, but getting up to that full percentage, one is that the density of energy gathered in these technologies is dramatically less than a power plant. So you're talking about many square miles, thousands of times more area than you think of as a normal energy plant. And so if you depend on these sources, you have to have some way of getting energy during those time periods that it's not available.
So this is the fluff. Let's get right to the point. What exactly are you trying to get at here with saying what you're saying, Mr. Gates, sir? What is he actually telling us? I'm looking for the video. There's a lot of videos here. I want to make sure we get the right one. Because they like to scrub this stuff from the internet. Let me see here. Give me one moment, family. This is a good one. It's not what I'm looking for. But let's go here.
Why we had
Bill Gates, the next outbreak, we're not ready.
Key missing pieces. We didn't have a group of epidemiologists ready to go who would have gone, seen what the disease was, see how far it had spread. The case reports came in on paper. It was very delayed before they were put online, and they were extremely inaccurate. We didn't have a medical team ready to go. We didn't have a way of preparing people. Now, Médecins Sans Frontières did a great job orchestrating volunteers, but even so, we were far slower than we should have been getting the thousands of workers into these countries. And a large epidemic would require us to have hundreds of thousands of workers.
And there it goes. The tip of the spear is the tip of the needle. The solution in the syringe. In so many words, is what Bill Gates is talking about when he starts talking about net zero and climate change. But let's see if we can see him admitting.
If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus rather than a war.
Just like the Club of Rome laid out. They considered nuclear war as a means of depopulation, but they said, no, we're going to go the disease route with the vaccine as the solution. So Bill Gates said, no, we don't have to worry about war. We have to worry about the next outbreak. That's going to be the thing we're going to have to worry about. It's going to kill a lot of people.
Not missiles, but microbes. Now, part of the reason for this is that we've invested a huge amount in nuclear deterrence, but we've actually invested very little in a system to stop an epidemic. If anything...
So now let's do this, because I know how YouTube does. They like to scrub. All right, I'm going to go away from YouTube to get what I'm looking for. So now we've seen him talk about the vaccines, right? It started with climate change. Then it came to disease, global health, as he's shifting away from Microsoft. He showed us the vaccines we're going to have. He said millions. And here's the video. Bill Gates 2010 TED Talk, getting to net zero carbon by reducing population.
And that constraint has to do with CO2. CO2 is warming the planet. And the equation on CO2 is actually a very straightforward one. If you sum up the CO2 that gets emitted, that leads to a temperature increase. And that temperature increase leads to some very negative effects. The effects on the weather, perhaps worse, the indirect effects in that the natural ecosystems can't adjust to these rapid changes.
So you see why they have to push climate change, right? Climate change is their beginning introduction to their end game goal. Because what they're saying is that through these CO2 emissions, it brings forth climate change. And because of these emissions, we must now find ways to limit these emissions. Because with the climate changing, we can't live in a world where the climate is unstable. The world will go extinct in an unstable climate. So then you have to ask yourself, okay, well, what emits carbon emissions then? What is it that emits carbon emissions, and how do we reduce that, right? Let's hear his answer.
And so you get ecosystem collapses. Now, the exact amount of how you map from a certain increase in of CO2 to what temperature will be and where the positive feedbacks are, there's some uncertainty there, but not very much. And there's certainly uncertainty about how bad those effects will be, but they will be extremely bad. I asked the top scientists on this several times, do we really have to get down to near zero? Can't we just, cut it in half or a quarter? And the answer is that until we get near to zero, the temperature will continue to rise. And so that's a big challenge. It's very different than saying, we're a 12-foot high truck trying to get under a 10-foot bridge and we can just sort of squeeze under. This is something that has to get to zero.
Now, this is a Microsoft guy. This is a computer guy. He's not a doctor. Okay. He doesn't have a college degree, which typically you would say, okay, these type of guys are guys with degrees, or he's not a representative. He wasn't selected. Just want to put that out there as he's bringing forth the solution to this climate problem caused by carbon emissions, right? We're about to get a solution here.
Zero. Now, we put out a lot of carbon dioxide every year, over 26 billion tons. For each American, it's about 20 tons. For people in poor countries, it's less than 1 ton. It's an average about 5 tons for everyone on the planet. And somehow we have to make changes that will bring that down to zero. It's been constantly going up. It's only various economic changes that have even flattened it at all. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to zero. This equation has 4 factors, a little bit of multiplication. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2.
So CO2, how does CO2 emissions happen? So here's the equation that tells you what produces CO2. So let's see what these letters mean for this equation.
You want to get to zero, and that's going to be...
The first letter in the equation is people. And remember, they need to get this to zero. So you don't have to go any further here to know that in order to get to this to be zero, you must have 0 people. Okay, how do you have people and this be 0? But let's keep going.
Be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on...
Oh, well, S stands for people too. The services per people, per person. So that's caused by people.
Average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out.
And the energy per service that each person does. And the CO2 per unit energy caused by these particular things. So really, all of this is people. And he's talking about getting this to zero. How do you do this with any people alive? Now let's hear him continue to break this down.
Per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero.
One of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. One of these variables here is going to have to get near to zero, as he chuckles, right?
Look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. That's back from high.
And then as he says it, the crowd laughs. You hear a guy sinister break out laughing, right? Or is that a laughter of nervousness? Say that again.
That's back from high school algebra. But let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, health care, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
If we do a really good job with vaccines, what else?
Vaccines, health care.
Health care.
Reproductive health services.
Reproductive health services, we can lower this first number, which is people. Wait a minute. I thought vaccines and health care was for our benefit. How would that lower this number? Shouldn't that increase this number? And again, looking back to the Club of Rome speaking, and what they said that they would look to do for depopulation was healthcare, reproductive health. We see vaccine here. Everything that is in this Club of Rome document cited in William Cooper's book, Bill Gates just laid out. Club of Rome. Okay? This is a Club of Rome. This is not a Bill Gates initiative. This is a Club of Rome initiative by the gates of hell, carrying the torch of hell to bring this about, doing his part. But first, he had to be cool as a computer guy, right? They had to make you think he was cool because of his computers. Okay, he's a genius that dropped out of college. Certainly, with all the money he has, he would know what's best for humanity and getting carbon to net zero because of climate change. See how the Hegelian, the problem was the climate change leads to the solution of people being reduced through health care, through reproductive care, causing you not to reproduce, causing you to be reduced if you're living. All right. There's so much to be said about this guy, but let's keep going here because we saw him meet with Donald Trump right before the inauguration with a 3-hour dinner. He discussed HIV, polio, global health with President-elect, and he was blown away at Donald Trump's vision on healthcare. Now, he's already laid out his stance on healthcare. So what would Donald Trump say to him that would blow him away? Right? Let's hear some more from the horse's mouth. Again, they tell on themselves. You just give them some space to speak, and they'll tell you what it is.
Have you met with Donald Trump since the election?
Yeah, I had a chance to go have a long and actually quite intriguing dinner with him.
What did you discuss? What was intriguing?
Well, we touched on a lot of things. It was over 3 hours. To my surprise, it was, just he and I, his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and the person who helps manage things for me, Larry Cohen. So the four of us sat there, and it was quite wide-ranging. Global health's the area that I work in. And
global health again. Hey, horse's mouth. Don't take our word for it, family.
And such amazing things have happened and can happen there. I spoke a lot about HIV and that the foundation's literally working on a cure for that. We're at an early stage, and so he, in the COVID days, accelerated the vaccine innovation. So I, was asking him if maybe the same kind of thing could be done here, and we both got, I think, pretty excited about that. We talked about polio, where we're very close to getting that done, but if you stop, it'll spread back. And so I explained.
So he's already laid out his plan. And so for him and Trump to get excited together, that must mean that they're on the same page, the same wavelength. Well, we don't have to go too far to see Operation Warp Speed to understand that. And now Project Stargate, AI mRNA vaccines. See, but if you're a political idolater or you're sucked into the false left-right paradigm and you're a Trump supporter, then you'll fall and believe and put your hope in Trump. Okay? This is not, however many dimensional chess happening here. These people are who they are. And so we just can't get caught up under the spell of trying to make our captivity great again. Okay?
Why it's been tough in Pakistan, Afghanistan. We've had cases show up in Gaza. We have cases in Africa. And he was fascinated to hear what he could do to maximize the chance that during the next 4 years, that incredible milestone will be achieved. I felt like he was, energized and, looking forward to helping to drive innovation. I was frankly impressed with how well he showed a lot of interest in the issues I brought up.
He showed a lot of interest in the issues I brought up. So again, if you let them speak, family, they will tell on themselves. More on the gates of hell. So now we have, again, USA. We're going to get back to that USA. Remember at the beginning, we talked about Trump. Elon Musk has exposed the whole cartel of USA, the corruption, right? A guy nobody elected as representative is now second term again in Trump's cabinet administration as Doge, whatever you want to call it. He's exposing the swamp. Elon Musk. And now Bill Gates is in panic mode. This is what you get from some of these alternative media types. Their discernment can only discern that Bill Gates is in panic mode because of Musk exposing the corruption. So now Bill Gates goes on mainstream media, bashes Musk Doge, fear mongers about next pandemic. So let's check this out. So Elon Musk is supposedly exposing all the corruption. And so here comes the gates of hell now to counter to counter Elon Musk. Let's hear it from again. We have him on what is this? NBC News as well as The View. I guess we'll see him first here on NBC.
What do you think about
Okay.
Elon Musk? Okay, you have history too. As the kids would say, you've got beef. Okay, you've had your ups and downs as well. You recently said that some of the stuff he's doing with far-right politicians overseas is insane stuff, bleep. Knowing Elon as you do, are you comfortable with the amount of power he's wielding inside the U.S. government right now?
Knowing Elon as you do. Okay, that's the first thing. Secondly, he said he met with Trump at a dinner and they were on the same page. They were intrigued by one another's vision. And Trump has Elon Musk in his circle, close circle. So automatically we have to understand what's going on here outside of what the words are telling us. So people will get caught up in the words and not get caught up in what's the actions. We're going to break all that down, but let's hear the gates of hell speak on this. What about your relationship with Mr. Musk, sir?
Well, I admire the great private sector stuff he's done. You know, SpaceX, Tesla, you know, both amazing companies. You know, I think in the case of USAID, he doesn't appreciate the phenomenal work that goes on. It's not partisan work. It's nutrition. It's avoiding.
He says it's beyond repair.
Well, you know, I give billions of dollars to the same thing that USAID does. I go out in the field and study these things. I hire scientists. And so, you know, I think if he really knew the work there, he wouldn't be telling 10,000 people not to come and do that work.
Yeah.
So that's what, you know, would lead us to believe that they're in opposition one to another. As he smiles, as he says it, right? We'll examine that. So here we see the gates of hell on The View. So he's making his rounds right now on mainstream media in the midst of this U.S. aid fiasco going on. Let's hear what the witches of The View and the gates of hell had to say.
Before COVID, you say you spent the most sleepless nights worrying about pandemics. After COVID, has that changed? And if it has, what keeps you up now? Because we all need to know.
Yeah, the pandemic, sadly, was fairly predictable, and it won't be the last pandemic. The next one could be far more severe. I mean, this one, it killed millions. It was awful. We got the vaccine. You know, actually, President Trump's leadership was a factor in getting that out quickly. And so when I spoke to him, I said, okay, here's some other medical innovations, including a thing called an HIV cure that could be accelerated. So, you know, we should be more prepared, both for a pandemic. I'd say that's still number one. You know, you can worry about nuclear war. You can worry about AI.
This
there's
sounds like fun.
plenty to worry about. But
do you
overall,
sleep
I'm
at
an
all?
optimist.
Okay.
No, I mean, you know, it's up to the government to think ahead on behalf of the citizens.
Yes.
So, pandemic, there's a lot that we should be doing that hopefully we'll get our act together before the next one comes.
So it's the same rhetoric from his TED Talk. He talks about nuclear war, and now he's talking about, you know, another threat, AI. But what keeps the gates of hell up at night is the thought of the next pandemic, which during his TED Talk, he said, America, the world is not ready for. So here it is, the same rhetoric from the boy who cried wolf, that we need to get our act together because right now we're not ready again for the next one that's coming.
You know, overall, the innovation in health, both in the developing countries, the rich world, you know, I love being part of that.
I was reading, though, that you said the next pandemic you are predicting within maybe 25 years. Is that
Certainly
accurate?
we'll have one in the next 25 years. You know, there's even some pathogens out there that we're watching over right now. You know, so maybe 10% chance in the next 4 years.
10% chance in the next 4 years, setting the stage, because any percent chance means it can happen. Setting the stage for the next event in the next 4 years, right? Understand who you're dealing with, family. You're dealing with wizards and witches, Hollywood, pushing the seeds of programming and fear into the minds of the masses. right? We have to understand what we're looking at here. And somebody in the chat said something about them taking out Elon Musk, okay? We're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with that. That's okay. Hopefully, at the end of this, you'll understand what's really going on here to think that they would actually take out Elon Musk, okay? So here's the article. I'm not going to go through all this. I just wanted to introduce the numero uno technocrat who influenced over America. And we talk about technocracy. We're going to get to the Politricks because the comment in the chat about them taking out Elon Musk, see, that's where the Politricks comes in. If there's Politricks within Democrat and Republican and the false left-right paradigm, would there not be Politricks within the technocracy movement as well to give you a left and a right within that movement also? Right? So we have to understand this. So speaking on Elon Musk, let's now shift over to Elon Musk. Second technocrat that we must speak about in all of this. And according to his granddad's name, his last name is not Musk. It should be Alderman. But Elon Reeve Musk, born June 28, 1971, is a businessman and U.S. special government employee. So he's a special government employee. He's in government, but he wasn't selected to be, like, he wasn't elected. He didn't run. So he's special. Okay, he's special government worker. Best known for his key roles in Tesla Inc., SpaceX, right? And ownership of Twitter or X. Musk is the wealthiest individual in the world, really. As of 2025, Forbes estimates his net worth to be US $426 billion. So obviously, again, you have Bill Gates, who at one point was said to be the richest man in the world. At one point, he's a multi-billionaire. So what we're seeing a theme here is that these are some of the richest men in the world, and in Musk's case, the richest. And because of them being wealthy and having all this money, it gives them, is giving them the right of say-so in dictating government. Musk's actions and expressed views have further solidified his status as a public figure. A member of the wealthy South African Musk family. Musk was born in Pretoria, so he's born South African. He's not American, but yet he's a government employee with a lot of influence in American government. Then he immigrated to Canada, so he's also Canadian. So he's far removed from being American, but yet still he finds himself in American government dictating and influencing. How did he get in his position? Okay. He's not a natural born American citizen, but he's a U.S. government special employee. It says in 1998, but notice how he also had his claim to fame through tech. He went to Stanford University. His brother co-founded the company Zip2 that was later acquired by Compaq in 1999. The same year, Musk co-founded X.com. So before it was Twitter, he had X.com, a direct bank that later formed PayPal. Okay. He claimed U.S. citizenship in 2002, and eBay acquired PayPal. Using the money he made from the sale, Musk funded SpaceX. So he sold PayPal, and now he's into space. So now he's shifted from money. He started in computers, then went into digital banking and money. From there, he's now transformed and shifted to space, SpaceX. Then in 2004, early investor in electrical vehicle manufacturer Tesla. So now he's getting into electric self-driving vehicles from there. Let's keep going here. Then in 2022, he's now taken over Twitter. So now has moved from all of those only to now take over a huge social media platform. I want you all to see the moves that are being made here. Now, these moves aren't necessarily him per se, okay? But him being the face of these companies, right? There's a lot of question that goes into him actually running these companies. Okay. Is he really doing all this, or is he just the face of all this tech? And he was just born into money. His grandfather being a key founder in the technocracy movement. Okay. So they would make you believe that Musk has been criticized for making unscientific and misleading statements, including COVID-19. So what they would make you believe now is that Musk is far right. He's taking over Twitter. It's free speech. He's now clearing out all the corruption with Doge. Right? He's saying that that U.S. aid funded COVID-19 bioweapon research and gain of function. All of this, right? It's what they would make us believe. But see, if your research stops here, then you would believe that. But you know us here, our research doesn't stop there. So let's pull some receipts. Let's pull up some receipts on Mr. Musk here. He's against COVID-19. He's exposing the corruption, right, of U.S. aid. But let's check out the actions. Remember, you should know a tree by the fruit that it bears. This is Elon in 2021. To be clear, I do support vaccines in general and COVID vaccines specifically. The science is unequivocal. Okay? So you know clearly where he stands. He is not exposing anything. He's telling the truth. And we're going to see that, right? If you believe the narrative and have a short-term memory, then you're going to fall into the Politricks. You're going to fall into the snare, the trap that's being laid here. Also notice he has his devil's costume, his devil's champion was the Halloween costume he wore during this time. So when I refer to Elon Musk, I refer to him as the devil's champion. Okay, when people show you who they are, believe them. He is the devil's champion. Okay. Also, you see that Elon Musk, Tesla, as a side project, is building RNA microfactories for CureVac and possibly others. So he helped build and funded COVID-19 and mRNA tech facilities, microfactories. What is he exposing again? See, this is the part of the research and the news that doesn't get reported that they expect you to not know or see. So when you see this here, okay, who is pulling the receipts on Musk? Right? Who's pulling his receipts while he's trying to pull receipts on? All they're doing here is telling you the truth so that they're absolved and that you know what they're doing. Okay? And to give the perception, because all reality is perception. that he's exposing the corruption and he's the good guy. See, this goes back to what we brought out at the beginning of this broadcast, family. Controlled opposition. And that him and Bill Gates are at odds. Okay? That's what they would want us to believe. Him and Bill Gates are at odds because he's exposing the COVID-19 corruption in U.S. aid. But what we're seeing here is not us exposing the Elon Musk fraud. He's exposed himself. We're just pulling the receipts. So he helped produce doses of the German vaccine maker COVID-19 shot candidate, all the while claiming that these vaccines are unequivocal, the science of them. And specifically, he supports the COVID shot. So again, what is he exposing again? He's not exposing anything. All he's doing is just telling you what it is and hoping that you believe that he's on your side. We have more on the Musk, his words. Again, not our opinion. We just pull the receipts that people maybe fail to realize are out there. Here are more receipts of Musk. Now, this is, somebody could say, well, that was then and this is now. He's different now. Well, this is 2024. Elon Musk tweets, synthetic mRNA is basically digital medicine with incredible potential. So he's all for the synthetic mRNA digital medicine technology. See, we have to understand these things first so that when we see them speak and look like they're opposing one another, we can see past all that. We can see past the theater. Okay? Because all this guy's looking to do is gain your trust for the solution, the end game. Because there's a right that trusts the right's representatives, and there's a left that trusts the left's representatives. Bill Gates is on the left. Elon is on the right. Doesn't matter which side you choose. All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to death. Later in 2024, Elon Musk, synthetic mRNA does actually have great potential for curing cancer. What did we hear announced from the White House when Trump was inaugurated on day one? Project Stargate, AI, mRNA, turbo cancer cure vaccines. More on that in a moment. These are just a few receipts, family. So when I see this, when we see these things, we should be able to see through all the politricks. I can see through the back and forth and the charades and theater of making me think that these guys are against one another. These guys are all working for the same father, Satan, their daddy. All right, making you believe that they're against one another. So we even have Elon. Let me pull it up here.
I think there are many.
Again, if you just listen, if you just let them speak, family, they'll tell on themselves. The problem is we are very forgetful and have short-term memories, lots of amnesia. So we're talking about this whole AI, mRNA vaccines. What else did Elon tell us about AI?
A warning from Tesla Motors CEO Elon Musk. It has nothing to do with cars. Instead, Musk warned about artificial intelligence, which he has called more dangerous than nuclear weapons. Musk spoke at a symposium at MIT.
I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Didn't work out.
With AI, we're summoning the demon. It's like the guy with the holy water who thinks he can control the demon. It doesn't work out. So he'll tell you the truth, but at the same time, he'll go and do exactly what he's telling you is bad. He'll tell you, oh, USA, they funded. Yes, they did. The bioweapon technology, the mRNA shot. He didn't expose anything. He just told you the truth. He was for the technology. You missed that part. Here, he's telling us the AI is summoning the demon. He's just telling us the truth, but you missed the part where he's funding and promoting the AI. Right? His mouth.
And a warning from Tesla.
His mouth. Don't be mad at us for showing from their mouth. What else did he say about the mRNA tech?
I think there's going to be a lot of breakthroughs on the medical front, particularly around synthetic mRNA. You can basically do anything with synthetic RNA, DNA. It's like a computer program. So, I think with enough, with effort, that's not too crazy. You could probably stop aging, reverse it if you want. You can basically do anything. You can turn someone into a freaking butterfly if you want with the right DNA sequence.
You can stop aging. You can reverse aging, meaning you can have immortality with the mRNA tech. You can become a butterfly if you want to. You can do anything with the mRNA tech. So I think it's pretty clear who this guy is. And if you believe he's exposing anything, if that's the story that you believe, if you believe in Trump, if you believe in Elon Musk and any of these guys we're bringing out, I don't care who's being brought out, it's going to end up with a chip in your head or a chip in your hand. That's where this ends. Okay? And they're not afraid to tell you so that you cannot say you didn't know. Hindustan Times, Elon Musk on his biggest fear about AI, none of us will have a job. So he told us that AI is summoning the demon, and here in May 2024, he's telling you that the AI, you will not have a job. If you want to do a job that's kind of like a hobby, you can do a job. So your job will be a hobby. You're not really going to make money with a hobby job. But with AI, it's about to replace all the jobs. The replacements, the migrants that have come in, they're the beginning of you not having a job. That's the start. It ends with AI taking over your work and you being unemployed. Okay? What else did Elon say? Tell us. So really Elon is their truth-telling mouthpiece while getting you to trust them. Like he's really exposing anything. He's just not telling you he's a part of all this. He's telling you without telling you. But how we conclude in this is that, Elon Musk is exposing the deep state and he's draining the swamp with Trump. How do we get to that conclusion? Sky.com, news.sky.com. Elon Musk tells Sky News AI is a risk to humanity while he continues to build the AI. Okay, he tells you it's going to destroy you while he builds it and laughs and you trust him. That's called controlled opposition, family, right? They get you to trust Trump, and then whoever Trump brings in, you'll trust them too. And you'll fall right in line with the agenda. What else did Elon Musk tell us? Elon Musk urgent warning, a digital God is already here. Also in 2024, he told us that a digital God is already here. AI, and those that merge with it, it will be your God, digital God. So they've already got society worshiping this tech, right? The cell phone. People are, lunatics about the cell phone. I more so see it with people who have Apple product than Android. Okay, like I don't own Android, but anytime Apple person says, you don't got an Apple, they immediately start to talk crazy about you, like something's wrong with you for not having an Apple. So I'm examining that spirit. Then I go to an Apple store to help somebody out with their product to see if it can be fixed. And I'm in the Apple store and I'm examining this scene where people are hanging out who aren't there to buy Apple. They're not there to get service from Apple. They're just there hanging out. They probably own, I would say they own Apple, and they're just geeked out on Apple and just hanging out in the store for hours on end. I'm examining this like, man, this is this is a interesting spirit happening to people who own Apple product. And that's a whole live stream in itself. And I'm not saying anybody who has Apple products, something wrong with them. I'm just examining a lot of people that do. I mean, people are waiting outside of stores for weeks in tents to get the latest iPhone. And I remember in the 80s, when computers were starting to come out as a kid, and I remember when the first Mac came out, Macintosh, and I didn't like it. It was like, this is a weird machine. This Apple Mac as a kid was like, it wasn't vibing with me. Like I never could get down with Mac. Not that using Windows makes me any better, because I use Windows. It's Bill Gates, right? He's the face of that. Probably has nothing to do with the company itself. He's just the face, right? Like Elon Musk is the face of all these companies. These are military companies that these guys who have a lot of money are faces of, to get you to like them through the tech, okay? But then I come to find out that the first Mac that was released, computer, cost $666.66. And then you see the Apple with the bite out of it. So I understand the spirit behind Mac and Apple. I mean, even I remember in tech support, I worked tech support, and people call in with Macs, and I used to hate having to. I disliked helping them troubleshoot a Mac, because it's the operating system. If you don't, pretty much learn that system, it's very hard to use for somebody who's used to using Windows, right? It's like backwards. Okay, so I'm just examining, but just the spirit on people with the tech, to where when they take the tech away and say it's going to have to be merged in your body, okay, you're not going to have to fight people for it to do that. Okay, they're going to be all on board, especially when you've taken away their food, you've taken away their ability to travel, you've taken away their ability to live life. You can use that as a motivating factor, okay? But this is what they're doing, is getting people ready for the death blow. So let's move to our next guy here. And we're showing you these technocrats who are working within government and have positioned themselves within government. So what do we have here? We have the next person on display, Larry Ellison. 1944, is an American businessman and entrepreneur who co-founded software company Oracle. Oracle's chief executive officer from 1977 to 2014, is now its chief technology officer and executive chairman. Okay, so he is the guy who they brought in during Trump's inauguration, post-inauguration, to speak on Project Stargate. We're going to get to that in a moment, but I want to pull up some now receipts on this guy speaking. Okay. Receipts on Mr. Ellison speaking on the new shift. This new shift that's happening into the AI, the tech. And we've already got to the root of where this all leads. So what do we have here? It says Oracle's Larry Ellison, the Jewish billionaire. So what we're dealing with these guys are Jewish. Okay. Bill Gates, more than likely crypto a crypto Jew, Amalek, Jewish, billionaire. Let's look at what he has to say about AI. And these are the guys who now are in prime position influencing government because of all the money they have. Okay? The influence that they have.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras, it's AI that's looking at the cameras. No, you can't do this. It would be like a shooting. That's going to be an event that's immediately, an alarm's going to go off, it's going to be, and we're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer is going to be supervised at all times. And the supervision will, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person, whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever we need to take control of the situation. We have, same thing. We have drones. If there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop, a drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple. And the new generation of autonomous drones.
So some of Larry Ellison's ideas: citizens will be on their best behavior with an AI surveillance system. More from Larry Ellison. Let me find it here. More from Larry Ellison. Okay. Make sure I got what I'm looking for here. Tech billionaire.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable.
Oh, dude, what the f*** are you saying? That is some 1984 bullshit. No, thank you.
All right, Larry Ellison. Here's what I know about him. He's a tech billionaire and the fourth wealthiest man in the world. He's the godfather of the modern Silicon Valley. He's had issues with the Justice Department. He's got a history with the CIA, and he has scary views on AI and its uses. Did you know all this? Because I didn't. Now, despite being a two-time college dropout, he gets a job at the Ampex Corporation in the early 1970s, where he's hired.
Oh, sound familiar? Bill Gates, anyone? Two-time college dropout. But nonetheless, he starts to get in tech, okay? And starts to build up himself as a tech cool guy, right?
Up at the Ampex Corporation in the early 1970s, where he's hired because of his promising computer programming skills. At the
Oh, he's a promising computer programming. That's how he got his claim to fame in tech. All right, let's keep going here.
Ampex Corporation, he worked on a special database system for none other than the CIA.
Oh, we talk about the military, and the other one is the CIA. No coincidence. His connections there.
This project was codenamed Oracle.
Wait, what? Yeah, I'm not making this shit up.
Do you think
Project codename Oracle, and now he has a company called Oracle. What is an Oracle? We'll get with that here in a moment. What is an Oracle?
Ellison's early exposure to this government project could have shaped his future business strategies? Keep listening. So in 1977, this guy co-founds his own company by the same name, Oracle. betting on the potential of rationale databases to manage information. So what does it say about Oracle that its very foundations were laid in a project meant for espionage? What concerns does that raise for you? I know what I think about it. Oracle has been accused of tracking over 5 billion people. Did you know there's a class action lawsuit filed against them because of it? Also, did you know that in the 1990s, Oracle admitted to hiring a detective agency to investigate groups supporting Microsoft during their antitrust trial? Clearly, this dude seems to be an advocate for surveillance. So you remember his issues with the Justice Department that I mentioned? Well, this is where that comes in. He found himself in legal trouble during a hostile takeover of the human resource company PeopleSoft in 2005. Now this is where shit gets a little scary. Check this out.
Cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer.
You notice what all these guys have in common is they all love vaccines, mRNA to be exact, the new tech vaccine. And this is him, Project Stargate announcement at the Trump White House. Started by Biden, further further intensified under Donald Trump. This is him giving his Project Stargate announcement of the new mRNA tech vaccines to now come after cancer. Okay. So now he's a digital, he's a AI mRNA digital doctor. I thought he was a tech guy, Oracle guy. You see how they're merging the digital tech with the healthcare system? So if you understand the Club of Rome agenda and these agendas we're going through, you understand what all this means. Okay, we go to the Bible, you understand Daniel chapter 2, the iron and miry clay not mingling together, you know what this means.
And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again using AI, in about 48 hours. So,
all right, this specific topic is a big one, and I'd really like to know what you think. I think we are all justified in having a healthy skepticism of mRNA vaccines given the last few years, but please leave me a comment below and share your thoughts. All right, here's my true feelings on Larry Ellison. As humanity pushes deeper into the digital era, it becomes critical to consider the intentions of individuals like him and Sam Altman. We need to stay vigilant about how and why these figures operate, and maintaining a healthy skepticism and applying critical thinking while it's still legal to do so. All right, I'm Joe, and I hope you found this interesting. Please share this video, like it, leave a comment, and let me know what you think about Larry Ellison. I'd love to engage with you on this.
Sam Altman mentioned, we're going to get to him next. Okay, we're going to get to Sam Altman next, but real quick, what is an oracle? Let's get the definition of oracle. An oracle, let me pull it up here. Right, what is an oracle?
Oracle.
An oracle is a priest or priestess acting as a medium through whom advice or prophecy was sought from the gods in classical antiquity. A response or message given by an oracle, typically one that is ambiguous or obscure. So a priest or priestess acting as a medium through whom advice or prophecy was sought. So what advice or prophecy is Larry Ellison acting under? Right? As a medium, he's bringing advice or prophecy as a priest that was sought from the gods. All right, showing you who these people are. And I believe Oracle, if I'm not mistaken, is like the biggest company When I was looking at it, in 2020, the third largest software company in the world in 2020, I forgot what it was I was looking at about Oracle, that it was at the top. I mean, it was like the number one. But another guy who was one of the richest men in the world estimated net $211 billion. Okay. So these guys got a lot in common, and it starts with money. Billionaires, multi-billionaires, in the hundreds of billions. He's the fourth wealthiest person in the world. So we have Elon, number one, the muskrat. Larry Ellison, number four. What is Bill Gates now? What is Bill? Old kill. I believe he's top five. He's got to be top five. I mean, at one point he was number one. In 99, he surpassed $100 billion net worth in 99. These are the people running your country, and they're not really running it, but they're pushing a idea, these ideas, these ideologies, these military industrial complex through healthcare ideologies as representatives of the system. Okay. Now, let's continue with the last one we're going to speak about here. Mr. Sam Altman. Okay, Mr. Sam Altman, and born 1985, is an American entrepreneur and investor, best known as the chief executive officer of OpenAI. Okay. He's also chairman of clean energy companies, because of course they push their clean energy through climate change, right? Through the population reduction, through climate change. So they're going to be invested in that energy because that's where all the money is, because they're causing the world to shift that direction. Well, they're already there making up all the money. Okay. Altman is considered to be one of the leading figures of the AI boom. He dropped out of Stanford universities after 2 years and funded loot. Another thing these guys all have in common: dropping out of college, dropping out of school. Now, you know, we all know college, and, you know, if somebody didn't finish college, okay. But you would think these guys would have accolades upon accolades of degrees. Why do they all have the same story of dropouts? High school dropouts, college dropouts, but billionaires. But they can't even complete college. So I have an issue with somebody that can't complete something and then trying to tell me what something is. So I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are dumb as a bag of rocks. And when you listen to their philosophy, it makes sense that they're dumb as a bag of rocks and why they dropped out of school. These guys can't put barely two sentences together, but they're being sold to us as geniuses. Altman's net worth was estimated at $1.1 billion in January 2025. So he's on the low scale of billionaire, right? Oh, he just has a measly $1.1 billion worth compared to the hundreds of billions of the others. But he's still young. He's only 39, right? Altman was born on April 22nd, 1985 in Chicago, Illinois, into a Jewish family. Now we're getting somewhere here. All roads lead back to Khazaria, right? Mount Seir, right? All roads don't lead to Rome. All roads lead to Mount Seir with these guys. So we're going to get back to his Jewishness here. We're going to get back on his Jewishness here in a moment. Let's pull some other things up with this guy now. What does this guy have to say? Certainly he cannot be in the same, rhetoric and talking points as Gates of Hell and the Muskrat, Devil's Champion, and Larry Ellison. Let's see. Let us see. Let me see what I want to start with here. So here we have Mr. Altman talking about AI capabilities. Let's see what he has to say about AI. He's a leading, and for those that don't know, he also, OpenAI is basically the transformation of ChatGPT. ChatGPT is Sam Altman, is now OpenAI.
You can see ways in which, lots of ways, doesn't take much imagination, that AI does more to help the poorest people than the richest people. And we really believe that. We're enthusiastic about it. It is a huge part of why we want to build these tools. And I think it's a huge part of like the history of technology and the arc of what's been happening. So that will happen for sure. I think technology does a great deal to lift the world to more abundance, to greater heights, to better prosperity, whatever you want to call it. And I'm optimistic for that. I don't think that'll require any special intervention. I still expect, although I don't know what, and this is over a long period of time. This is not a like next year or, the year after that kind of thing. But over a long period of time, I still expect that there will be some change required to the social contract, given how powerful we expect this technology to be. I'm not a believer that there won't be any jobs. I think we always find new things to do, but I do think like the whole structure of society itself will, be up for some degree of debate and reconfiguration.
The whole structure of society will be up for debate and reconfiguration with the AI. What does that look like, family? What is that debate and reconfiguration to the whole social contract of society under AI look like? So again, let them speak and they'll tell you what it is. Let me come here to another one of Mr. Altman. Right? Says he wants to design a world that is equally usable by humans and AIs, where AI and humans are equally usable.
Very interested in designing a world that is equally usable by humans and by AIs. So I like the interpretability of that. I like the smoothness of the handoffs. I like the ability that we can provide feedback or whatever. So, DoorDash could just expose some API to my future AI assistant and they could go put the order in or whatever. Or I could say like, I could be holding my phone and I could say, okay, AI assistant, like you put in this order on DoorDash, please. And I could like watch the app open and see the thing clicking around and I could say, hey, no, not this. Or like, there's something about designing a world that is usable equally well by humans and AIs that I think is an interesting concept.
So it's an interesting concept. A world that is equally usable by humans and AIs. That's your singularity, where AI and humans are equal. Okay? Meaning they're merged. He's saying that AI and humans are going to merge without saying it cryptically. All right? That's what's being said. So now, we talked about Larry Ellison at Project Stargate after Trump was inaugurated. Sam Altman also gave his piece on Project Stargate. Let's hear his part. What does he have to say about Project Stargate?
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era, and as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President, and I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States is, I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
Could you just say one word? I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against various problems, diseases, etc.?
So remember, we showed Gates said he met with Trump over dinner about health, and he was intrigued by Donald Trump's vision for health. They both were intrigued by the other. He's stepping down off the podium. He's not really adding anything that hasn't already been said. This Larry Ellison has already spoke about the AI mRNA cancer shots that's going to supposedly cure cancer. He's stepping down, and then Trump wants him to reiterate the AI mRNA vaccines. This should show you what's going on here, what the agenda is, okay? So anybody trying to dismiss Trump as if he's this, figure to save America and do good by, American people, and he's going to, I don't know. You feel good about, again, he's an actor. They're all actors playing their part on the world stage. So I'm not giving too much into Trump. I'm just saying people are putting too much into Trump on either side. Okay, on either side. I look at all these men as the same. Okay, do they represent in some form or fashion different things? Well, look at a movie. You have the lead actor, you have supporting actors, right? Trump just happens to be the lead actor right now. That's it. Okay, but let's hear Trump again. What does Trump want him to say before he steps down? Like, I want you to deal with this thing. I know Larry Ellison just spoke about it, but let's hammer this thing home. Let's speak about this thing again. These vaccines, this AI in medicine.
I hear so many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against various problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease, and what this will do for.
And so in the midst of this, you see Elon Musk, trolling. We're going to deal with this too. Like, he's laughing at Altman, supposedly. We're gonna deal with that, okay?
Or the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid rate, I think will be among the most important things this technology does.
Be great.
Well, when Larry Ellison said it, I don't remember seeing Elon Musk laughing and trolling, but he's laughing and trolling Sam Altman. So we're gonna examine and deal with that. But again, nothing mentioned about diet, herbs. First and foremost, the Most High God, who is our healer. None of that. AI is going to lead us into the future of healing. Okay, I want y'all to notice these things. This is the technocracy at work now. So Elon Musk is supposedly trolling Sam Altman, all right, and saying that, he's supposed to be the person calling out the clowns and corruptors, right? Elon Musk. Let's check this interview out here, because this goes back to somebody saying, Elon Musk, they're going to take him out. He's going and exposing things, and he's against Gates, and Gates is against him. Now, Altman, right? Let's check this out.
How concerned is Sam Altman about annihilation, do you think?
I think in reality he's not concerned about it. I don't trust OpenAI. I started that company as a non-profit open source. The open in OpenAI, I named the company.
Yeah.
OpenAI as an open source. And
so Elon doesn't trust OpenAI, Altman's company, right?
And it is now extremely closed source and maximizing profit. I don't understand how you actually go from being an open source non-profit to a closed source for maximum profit organization.
Well, but Sam Altman got rich, though, didn't he?
At various points, he's claimed not to be getting rich, but he's claimed many things that were false. And now apparently he's going to get $10 billion of stock or something.
So Sam Altman has claimed many things that were false, right?
Like that. I don't trust Sam Altman, and I don't think we want to have the most powerful AI in the world controlled by someone who is not trustworthy.
So he doesn't trust Sam Altman. The world's most powerful AI should not be used by somebody who's not trustworthy. That's Elon Musk's pitch, right?
Seems like a fair concern.
Yeah.
But you don't think, as someone who knows him and has dealt with him, that he is worried about the possibility this could get out of control and hurt people?
He will say those words, but no.
How concerned is Sam?
So Elon is concerned about the AI, right? But yet he's in Trump's circle of U.S. government special employee, and Trump has Altman giving a Project Stargate speech, right? So what's really going on here? I'm gonna show you, brothers and sisters, what's really going on here, right? It's not very hard. Okay. The hard part is us listening to these people and putting our trust in them. What do we have here? This is 2016. Elon Musk and Sam Altman sitting down having a cordial conversation. Now, Elon knows, Sam Altman's all into the AI at this point, but yet he's sitting down, right? They're sitting down together in the same room having a conversation. All right. But he doesn't trust him. So who of y'all sit down and have conversations like this with people you don't trust? Let's check it out.
You famously said when you were younger there were 5 problems that you thought were most important for you to work on. Mm-hmm. If you were 22 today, what would the 5 problems that you would think about working on be?
Well, first of all, I think if somebody is doing something that is useful to the rest of society, I think that's a good thing. It doesn't have to change the world. Like, even if it's something, if it's like just a little game or, some improvement in photo sharing or something, if it has a small amount of good for a large number of people, I think that's fine. Like, stuff doesn't need to be changed the world just to be good. I think, first of all, I should say that I do not expect to be involved in all these things. So the 5 things that I thought about at the time in college, being, making life multiplanetary, accelerating the transition to sustainable energy, the internet, broadly speaking, and then genetics and AI. I think I didn't expect to be involved in all of those things. I actually, at the time in college, I thought helping with electrification of cars was how I would start out, and then I put that on hold to start an internet company in '95, because there does seem to be like a time for particular technologies when they're at a steep point in the inflection curve, and I didn't want to, do a PhD at Stanford and watch it all happen, and I wasn't entirely certain that the technology I'd be working on would actually succeed. You can get a doctorate on many things that ultimately do not have a practical bearing on the world, and I wanted to, I really was just trying to be useful. That's the optimization. It's like, what can I do that would actually be useful?
Do you think people that want to be useful today should get PhDs?
Mostly not.
So what is the best way to be useful?
Some yes, but mostly not.
How should someone figure out how they can be most useful?
Whatever this thing is that you're trying to create, what would be the utility delta compared to the current state of the art times how many people it would affect? So that's why I think having something that makes a big difference but affects a sort of small to moderate number of people is great, as is something that makes even a small difference but affects a vast number of people. The area under the curve would actually be roughly similar for those 2 things. So it's actually really about just trying to be useful. And
so the dark MAGA, Elon Musk, Satan's champion, and Sam Altman sitting down having a pretty cordial conversation for a guy that doesn't trust somebody, okay? So what we have to understand, family, is when we're looking at these people, they're all working together. And this is the politricks of living in a technocracy, okay? They'll make you believe that they're against one another, that there's even a left and a right within the technocracy. This is the same way there's a left and a right within the American, political system that we currently have right now. But no, all right, no, they are all working together in the Politricks to make you believe that they're against one another, because ultimately their goal is to get you to get on board with the tech, okay? Which leads to death. Now, here is Sam Altman's logo. Okay, here is his logo. Let's take a look at his logo real quick. What happens with some manipulation of his logo? Check this out. When you flip the logo and put it together, of course, you would get the 6-pointed star. Again, hidden in plain sight. Okay. And he's Jewish. So, surprise.
I don't see how it could be any less cryptic than that.
I don't see how it could be any less cryptic than that. These people operate in a level of sorcery. Again, this is the revelation of the method. This is how they show themselves without you being able to decipher the code, the glitches. Amalek. Okay, this is Amalek at work. Ultimately, their aim is at Jacob and destroying the children of Israel. Okay, and so when I see stuff like this is Daily Mail. It says, Sam Altman breaks silence as a strange sister accuses him and family members of sexual abuse in shock lawsuit. So a couple weeks before he goes and gives a Project Stargate announcement at the White House, Sam Altman, who came out as gay to his parents at the age of 16, okay, posted a statement to social media Tuesday credited not just to himself, but his mother Connie and brothers Max and Jack, denying the allegations. So he went and got all his family to deny that he sexually abused his sister. Okay, so when we see this, understand what comes with this. The Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, the Kabbalah, the ritualistic sex magic that comes, right, within this ethnos, Jewish. All right, these are ritual groomings. Okay, these are ritual groomings. And so how does his sister end up being a sex worker for a profession while he's a multi-billionaire AI guy? Two totally different, trajectory paths as success of the family. She's a sex worker. He's a billionaire AI guy. How? But this is the rituals that go on. Okay. And so what they would make us believe that Puff Daddy is the all to be all, right, of sexual deviants, sexual abusers, monsters. Where is Sam Altman's arrest at for these accusations? I mean, Puff Daddies are just accusations. There has been no trial to prove his guilt. Not to say that he's innocent or guilty. I'm not here for that. But shouldn't the same level of justice be done towards Sam Altman? You notice there's also a criminality aspect that these guys, all of these technocrats also are, scandal, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, now Sam Altman. But none of them seem to be anywhere close to a jail cell. But Puff Daddy is somehow the tip of the sphere. No, Puff Daddy is the tip of the iceberg. These guys are the iceberg. Okay? These guys are your iceberg. Okay? Your Epstein Islanders. Just want to throw that in there too. With this cult of Baal, this Star of Remphan Club, this Club of Rome. Okay? And couple more things here, and we're going to look to wrap up our conversation for tonight with, you know, when it comes to technocracy and these technocrats. Okay. Here we have, we're revisiting something with Donald Trump, and then we're going to close out with the technology. Donald Trump, it says ruling by executive order. Trump sets a new record. He sets a new record of executive orders being signed. He made history yesterday with his number of executive orders in the first 9 days of becoming the ruler of the U.S. He is taking to ruling by executive order something his base rallies against when it's used to initiate edicts they disagree with. So his executive decrees rival only those of the 46th U.S. President Joe Biden and 33rd U.S. President Harry Truman, both whom had issued 40 executive orders in their first 100 days in office. Okay, but since being sworn in as 47th U.S. President, Trump has signed 38 orders, more than any of his predecessors at this early stage of their presidency. This comes from RT, okay? He could far outpace, in the 100-day period of being inaugurated, his predecessors at this stage of their presidencies. His early orders have covered a broad range of policies, including immigration, trade, energy production, and restructuring of federal agencies. However, the radical expansion of executive authority could lead to a wave of legal challenges, the outlet noted. Okay, so this is a shock and awe campaign of executive orders that Donald Trump is signing. And so with this, stepping on a lot of toes. This is laying the precedence that already has been laid with Donald Trump. We're going to show what this is laying. One of the executive orders that Donald Trump signed, this is off whitehouse.gov. President Donald J. Trump orders declassification of JFK, RFK, and MLK assassination files. So one of the first things he did was said he was going to provide Americans the truth after 6 decades of secrecy on these assassinations, all right? But some people will look at this and like, oh man, we're finally going to get the truth. Would we? That's the first question. Would we actually get the truth to what happened with these murders, right? My thing is, who cares? And the reason I say that is, what good is these files being released, even if it's true? What does that do? The killers of these men obviously are probably dead and gone. And the men who were put up to put these men up to it are dead and gone. And so will the organizations that were behind these men being killed, will those organizations meet any justice? Would the CIA be shut down, whom we know involved? The FBI, the secret government agencies at work that brought this about, would they actually be shut down? So really, it's a nothing burger, okay? It's just more smoke and mirrors, distraction to get you caught up and sidetracked from what they're really doing. And it goes back to the false left-right paradigm, okay? They'll give you a bone, All right. We're going to give you the JFK, RFK, MLK files, but we're going to push forward with mRNA AI vaccines. So while you're championing getting these files, oh, they're getting rid of red dye 40 out of products within the next 2 or 3 years. We don't even know what's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years, if we even get to that point. But even on a low level, red dye is minuscule. Not that it's not a factor against causing detriment to our health. It is minuscule to mRNA vaccine damage to our health. So they'll throw you a bone, we'll get rid of the red dye 40, and people will cheer. While they bring in all of these different, ICE is coming through and raiding, right? They're getting rid of, so many different things they're getting rid of. It's going to have a huge impact on our reality. While they give you these small little bones to cheer about. Oh, well, we're getting rid of DEI, right? We're getting rid of look at all the people now that are going to be without a job. How is that going to affect the economy? And again, the whole DEI thing, is it really that big of a deal? Because they make it seem like, well, they're putting things back the way it's supposed to be, 2 genders. Well, understand Daniel 7:25. What does Daniel 7:25 tell us? They shall think to change times and laws. So a man and a man, or a woman and a woman getting married, they may make you think that that's a law, or that there are different genders, right? But according to God, we already know there's only 2 genders. That a man and a man can't get married, and a woman can't. So all they're doing is telling us what we already know, right? They're telling us what we already know. They're telling us that they can't change the Most High's laws. So they're not really doing anything. That's not really doing anything in the grand scheme of things. So again, a small bone to be thrown, and not that it shouldn't be the case, right? But in the meanwhile, we have to really examine what they're really doing and not get caught up in these things that really, we're not looking at what's really happening in our reality to prepare and understand the times we're going into, right? So we're gonna deal with some of that. But what I wanted to point out with this is all of these men were assassinated. All of these men were assassinated. RFK Jr. is now looking to be a part of Trump's administrative circle. Once Democrat, now he's transformed himself as a transformer to be Republican, to be a part of Trump's cabinet as a health guy. Okay. His attachment with his father being assassinated, right? You had Donald Trump give a rally before his inauguration on the 20th. He gave a rally the day before, which is January 19th. So 119, or reverse 911. The 911 president, right? The 911 president. And we talked about this in the live stream we did, 2024 presidential selection. Trump represents 911. He's the 45th president. 4 plus 5 is 9. He's the 47th president. 4 plus 7 is 11. That's intentional. Trump represents 911. Also, we're examining now the seeds of predictive programming that are being laid, that we have to look beyond. And this term, assassination. So then we look. This is this week's news, February 4th. New York Post. Trump claims he ordered obliteration of Iran if he's assassinated. In chilling warning, I've left instructions. So again, Trump's already made this proclamation before. Why does it keep coming up? Why is he saying it again about Iran and him being assassinated? He's given instructions. Should he be assassinated, he's left instructions to obliterate Iran. So if Trump were to be assassinated, right, by somebody down the street, Iran gets obliterated because of that. Examine that for a second. Okay. But also this term assassination, him releasing these assassination files, JFK, RFK, and MLK. We also had the fake Trump assassination. Let me find the image here, if I can get to it real quick. Okay, we know the science. Nobody gets their ear grazed by a AR-15 bullet, and their ear is perfectly intact with a little bit of blood. We know if somebody was to have an assassination attempt on their life, they don't immediately stand up and cheer afterwards. We also see a upside down American flag. And we know when something is upside down, that's a bad omen. Okay. Perfect photo op. Immediately from this, Trump has a bandage over his ear. He goes to the RNC rally, the Republican National Convention, with the bandage. Everybody has bandages on his ear. The following week, no bandage. His ear looks perfectly fine. Impossible. Okay. Impossible. So they're laying the seeds of assassination on Donald Trump. And I want to show you all this, couple things. The Illuminati card game. I'm not saying Trump's going to be assassinated. They're saying Trump's going to be assassinated, at least in story, whether the man or not is killed off, but at least the character will be killed off. Here you have your enough is enough card. So what we see right now is the apprentice president, the you're fired president. And right now he is on a blitzkrieg, a blizzard of executive orders saying enough is enough. Stepping on so many toes. What does the Illuminati card game say that this leads to? It says at any time, at any place, our snipers can drop you. Have a nice day. And so this is an iconic image of Trump where he's known to make this face. Let me pull it up here, an example to prove just that. Trump is known to make this face. Many occasions. This is an iconic Trump face. Enough is enough. As Trump goes on a rampage that leads to his assassination. The stage is being set. The subliminal programming, the seeds are being sown. And let me go back here. And so you also have the Illuminati card game. Let me find it here. Card I'm looking for. Here we go. Sniper. Assassination. Assassination. Our snipers can take you out at any time. This is an instant attack to destroy any personality. Trump is a personality. A single government group may use its action for this attack. Okay? So I'm not saying Donald Trump is going to be assassinated. I'm just showing you what they're setting the stage for with all of what now we're starting to see through this USA thing, Democrats filing for Trump impeachment papers for him to be impeached. You're seeing through the US aid, Democrats come out and start to get rallied together against Trump. He's stepping on toes of Canada leaders, stepping on, at least in story, right? This is the perception that they're creating. Stepping on toes of the Mexican leader who's Jewish, right? Stepping on all these toes, talking noise to Iran, to where now it's being said that Iran may assassinate Trump and to obliterate them which they've been itching for this Iranian war the whole time. And now Trump is talking about building up the Gaza Strip under America. Elders brought that out early today. Building up the Gaza Strip for America, which would only incinerate Iran and the Palestinians. Right? But when you look at, I want to deal with something here real quick. We talked about the revelation of the method and the predictive programming. It says, did an author from the 1800s predict the Trump's Russia and America's downfall? Right? The upside down flag after the Trump botched assassination, right? Supposed. You had a book called 1900, The Last President, written in 1893. Here's the book. Cover. Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey. Right? Now, when you look at this book, okay, this book is dealing with time travel. Okay? It's dealing with time travel, taking us back to the beginning of this broadcast. We talked about Project Stargate. Okay? A Stargate or a portal is time travel. In our 2024 selection, Trump represents 9-1, we showed the connection to Donald Trump and Back to the Future, where even the Back to the Future directors and producers and writers said that they based the Biff character in Back to the Future off Donald Trump. Okay. When Donald Trump came to the world scene at the age of 33, he was presented as buying the Twin Towers. All right. They showed him, they said he was going to buy the Twin Towers. He is a Gemini. Gemini represents the twins. Okay. We know the Twin Towers were taken down on 9/11. Here is the video. I'll give you all this video again. You can watch the Back to the Future 9/11 predictive programming. Okay. Now, with that all being said, Trump, Twin Towers, the Twin Towers go down, and then the World Trade Tower comes up in its place, the single tower. They show it in this video. Okay. You have the twins, 9/11, right? January 19th, Trump held his rally on MLK Day before he got inaugurated. MLK was assassinated. Right? When Marty goes to the future and he returns, right? They go your Twin Towers. When he returns back to the future, you have the lone tower. Not the Twin Towers, but the single tower now. Right? And so Trump represents the tower. The Twin Towers becoming the single tower, right? Now, I want to show you all this here. Something I came across. We're going to come back to the Back to the Future in a moment. Now, I don't deal with tarot cards or anything, so I don't know anything about these cards. But when I saw this, I'm like, whoa. So you have in tarot cards what is called the 16th card. Okay, the 16th card is the Tower card. Now we know 16 is 8 plus 8 or 88. And you have your Tower getting struck by lightning. When we said, at the beginning of 2025, New Year's Eve, you had Washington, D.C. Capitol, the Empire State Building, and what was the third building? It was 3 buildings that got struck by lightning. It may have been the World Trade. I think it was the World Trade that got struck by lightning. So you see lightning striking buildings starting 2025. In this tarot card, you have the 16th card, 88 card, the Tower getting hit by lightning. Let's check out what this card represents. This card represents Trump. And we know Trump has always been associated with Trump Tower. This card represents Trump. It says here, upright, intense and sudden change, destruction, upheaval, painful loss, revelation, release, awakening. So this is what these wizards and witches, who from the very beginning of America's inception, since America's youth, that's Isaiah 47, have labored in their sorcery. And they believe in the numerical magic, the sex magic, the power of symbolism. All of their magic and sorcery is what gives them power. And they use that magic and sorcery over mankind, over their citizens, to control them, which empowers them. So this is their sorcery working. Now check out this breakdown. The number 16 is a number of introspection, accumulating wisdom. The tower represents the false sense of security. So golden age, Trump's draining the swamp, right? You have these heroes coming in and everybody's hope is high. It's a false sense of security, what this card represents. It says we associate with the rigid structure of our own ego. It says the free fall of the figure symbolizes having no control over the situation at hand. So we saw this during 9/11, people jumping from the tower. So what they're saying is that this tower represents having no control over the situation at hand. So we're moving into an era where the control people have is about to be taken from them. All the moves happening right now is strategically taking power and control out of your hands. It says the smoke represents the unknowable future in this moment. We cannot yet see what lies ahead. The lightning represents a stroke of divine insight or revelation. We know Satan fell like lightning. Christ saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven when he was cast out. Fire is both destructive and cleansing. The two figures represent the conscious and unconscious minds, complete abandon as their world falls to the ground. The tower is built on unsteady ground, representing a life path forged on an unstable foundation. Daniel, the book, chapter 2, talks about a divided kingdom, the iron and the miry clay mixing that will not cleave one to another. Unstable foundation. So these witches and wizards are working to bring this reality to pass because they believe in this. They receive their salvation through Satan. So they're enacting all their magic and sorcery, the astrologers and the stargazers, the prognosticators. That's why Most High says in Isaiah 47, you put your trust in those things if those things will save you now when the judgment comes. You trusted in those things, trust in them to save you now when that loss comes. Painful loss and revelation, right? Revelation 18. So I wanted to show that, but the 88, now let's deal with the 88. So now coming back to the Future, right? When we showed the connection with Trump and Back to the Future, more confirmation on that tower representing Trump. When you come to Back to the Future, what, and we talked about the last president.
I think there's going to be a lot
dealing with time travel. Okay. Portal travel. In that book, The Last President, what is the number in Back to the Future that must be attained
Calculations are correct
for time travel?
Calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious.
He said, when this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious stuff. There goes your 88. What happens when the speed hits 88? Time travel, portal travel. Okay. 88. And Trump, 88, the tower, the book, right? Dealing with time travel. And not only that, when you come over here to Masonic motto, which this is going to drive it all the way home with these Freemasons, these wizards, with the 8 and the 88. Masonic motto, order ab chaos. One of the many symbols and phrases of Freemasonry. Of the many, a few mottos are important enough to be prominently and sometimes publicly displayed on flag, seals, or regalia. The phrase order ab chaos is the motto of the 33rd degree, which can be found on the grand decorations of the Order of the Sovereign Grand Inspector Generals, of the highest honors and robes which can be bestowed upon a Mason. It is also featured on other seals and flags representing various orders. The phrase being depicted so prominently, particularly in relation to the 33rd degree, indicates a tremendous importance to Freemasonry. Indeed, order ab chaos translated to order from chaos. Also associated with another Latin phrase, lux in tenebris, which translates to light from darkness. Why is the idea of order from chaos or light from darkness so significant to Freemasonry? And when you look up here, what do you see? You have your Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail, or your figure 8. The 8 is the infinite sign, or the infinity, or the loop. And so when you're talking about space and time travel, you will always see the number 8 associated with time travel. A lot of movies come to mind. You have the movie The Wiz, where it showed that Manhattan is Oz. Okay. And in the movie, around the Twin Towers, you had the figure 8. And you had the Wizard of Oz speaking from the Twin Towers in the movie The Wiz. You have the movie Interstellar. Okay. In the movie Interstellar, when you're talking about time travel or space travel, you have Saturn. When you look at Nissan, the car company, the manufacturer, what do you see? Saturn. Well, guess what the luxury line of Nissan is? Infinity. Okay. Infinity, or the number 8, or Saturn, which is Satan. Time travel, because Satan's time is short. He's looking to close the gap on the time through the portal travel, because he's been cast out of the heavens into this earth. So he's looking for a way around relativity, the laws of relativity of light travel. The speed of light isn't fast enough. Okay. He needs Stargate travel. We know stars are angels. So this is Satan looking to gain an edge on time. And remember, Christ said that the Most High didn't cut short the time, no flesh would be saved. No flesh would be saved. So this is a race against time. So this is your Project Stargate. And just to close out here, see if I want to go through just some quick things real quick. Closing out on the tech and the technocracy. 5 super creepy new technologies that should chill all of us to the core. You have, number 1, scientists in China have been able to get AI models to create functioning replicas of themselves. All right. Number 2, it says, do you remember Operation Warp Speed? That was a public-private partnership that was initiated during the first Trump administration. Then it goes into talking about Stargate. Number 3, creating an artificial sun. Unfortunately, the Chinese have actually created such a thing. All right. So I don't know much about that, but it's being said that China has created an artificial sun. It says number 4, anyone that has watched Jurassic Park knows that bringing back ancient species that have gone extinct is a really bad idea. But now a company called Colossal Biosciences plans to do exactly that. Days of Noah, anybody? Christ spoke of. Looking to bring back, which they probably already have done, the Nephilim, perversion, abominations. Number 5, a whistleblower has told Joe Rogan that the U.S. military has mastered anti-gravity propulsion that is based on recovered alien tech. Basically, they are communicating with demons, fallen angels, to create the ancient Atlantean tech that was destroyed during the flood, if they don't already have it. Okay? Again, they're 50 to 100 years already advanced from what we are now in the tech. So whatever they're showing us now, they had 50 to 100 years ago. They maybe not have it in mass production, but they were able to create it in their laboratories. Okay. They were able to create it in their laboratories. And we have here, Google now permits artificial intelligence used to create weapons and mass surveillance tools. Google, another one of those tech giants. The Technocracy. We also have the Vatican warning AI possesses a shadow of evil. So again, it's just like Elon Musk, them coming out telling you the truth because there is nothing righteous about the Vatican. So they're just coming out to tell you the truth so that you can't say that you didn't hear it. Okay. They're admitting, right, what all this stuff is. You also have 161 years ago, a farmer warned us about the dangers of AI, and he was right. Okay. So you all will get these articles. Again, I'm just giving you the headlines here. And some of the stuff we're going to cover in our next broadcast. But just to kind of sum things up before we finish with a video here. With these Trump tariffs, right? Because Trump is said to be bringing forth tariffs against Canada and Mexico, right? A lot of Canada and Mexico talk right now. And so people will look at this as a good thing for America. That's what's being convinced here, that these tariffs will help Americans. Well, I'm trying to figure out, how does taxes against another country help anybody but government? Okay, those tariffs will go to government. It's not coming to you or me. So how does that help us? Ultimately, what this is going to do is bring forth inflation and economic turmoil. As automakers are already saying that these Trump tariffs on Canada and Mexico will cause U.S. car prices to rise. So it's Hegelian, right? One party blames the other for the problem, and then they come in and bring the solution. So under Biden, it was the Ukraine war. We're going to cause embargo and sanctions on Russia, and that caused the inflation that we saw during the Biden administration, the food shortages, right? The lockdowns causing a ripple effect of shortages. Now under Trump, his thing, or this wing or horn of the beast, to continue to kick the inflation up will be now through tariffs. And this will be the next thing that causes the inflation that will cause America to go bankrupt. Trump is the bankruptcy president. He's already filed, I believe, 6 bankruptcies for his companies before. So bankruptcy is synonymous with his name. He's going to be the president to bring in the bankruptcy of America, according to what they're showing us. Okay. That's one thing to keep an eye out for. while they're keeping us distracted with all the other stuff that's smoke and mirrors. Stuff we already know, like U.S. aid and all that other stuff, with the sleight of hand, right? Making us believe that with the left hand, they're giving us something, exposing the corruption and, all of this stuff. While the right hand, again, getting ready for that knockout blow, setting us up with the jab and getting that uppercut, okay, that hook, that cross for the knockout blow, as none of this is being said in the news. If it is, very minimally. Major food supply alert. Just in time, a deadly new strain of H5N1 threatens to make our egg and beef shortages even worse. So you would think the way that they're going on about killing up all the chickens, destroying all the eggs. Now they're saying a new bird flu variant has come that can affect the beef now, to where now they must get rid of the milk and the cows. The same cows Bill Gates said are emitting CO2. So he has his wonder meat to replace the cows, because you're not going to be allowed to eat beef anymore. Okay? The attack on our food supply chain, to where now you go to the store, you're not already seeing it. No eggs, no dairy products, no meat on the shelves. While people are cheering about the JFK files being released and red dye being removed from the foods, okay, your literal food supply is diminishing and is about to be gone. While people are cheering about U.S. aid being exposed and the DEI, we have economic collapse, people losing their jobs because of AI. Regardless of them being DEI, they're losing jobs, so they have to go work somewhere now. So it's gonna be a strain when they start looking for jobs. The migrants coming in, taking jobs, the AI now replacing jobs. So they don't mind giving you the red dye victory or the JFK files being released victory, if it's even true. Right? Or the DEI and the LGBTQ being all that being attacked and taken down. They don't mind giving you that, because they're about to pull the whole rug from under your feet. Right? About to pull the whole rug up under the feet of people while they're caught up in the politricks of it all, of left and right. We should be disconnected from the politricks. Let them fight, while we examine what the controllers are doing, so we can plan and prepare to live outside of the construct and all the confusion that's coming within that construct of living in that will be mark of the beast mandatory to be within it. Right? Building our community separate from the beast system to sustain until Christ's return. All right. So I just wanted to point out the things that are happening, and with as much of their killing and destroying our food supply, this should be major news across all news platforms, mainstream. But there's little to no coverage about this. They're talking about DEI and U.S. aid. And if this is supposed to be so bad, this bird flu, where they're taking out all the animals because of it, why is it getting little to no media attention? See, they don't want you to draw attention to your food supply, because if you're paying attention to this, you'll prepare. You'll start to stock up your food. You'll start to prepare for the pivot and the shift, and not be caught off guard. So how many people are going to be caught off guard when you look up and there's no food? Or if there is food, the inflation is through the roof, you can't afford it. All right. And so I'm going to leave this last video here, and we're going to conclude, which pretty much sums up the whole stream in a nutshell as a cherry on top, debt jubilee, Bitcoin, and the digital age.
Never sell your Bitcoin, right?
The Trumps have been very bullish on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency.
Again, it's coming. Everybody knows it's coming, and the people who don't embrace it early are going to ultimately lose.
Eric Trump recently met with Michael Saylor at Mar-a-Lago, who has been proposing a plan to preserve U.S. dollar dominance by utilizing Bitcoin as a reserve.
Here's the strategy. You dump gold, demonetize the entire gold network, you buy Bitcoin, you buy 5 million or 6 million Bitcoin, you monetize the Bitcoin network, and you just define digital currency as the US dollar backed by US dollar equivalents in a regulated US custodian. Replaces every currency in the world with the dollar, which the US controls, and it siphons off hundreds of trillions of dollars of 20th century capital assets and half of the capital in the rest of the world. And most, 75% of the capital of our enemies gets siphoned into Bitcoin. And the big beneficiary is the US government. And after that, every US company, because we're the ones that own and run it.
So isn't that interesting? That statement alone in itself, the fact that America has the power to do just that, should tell you who that second beast of Revelation 13 is going to bring forth the mark of the beast, digital currency spending system. That beast has to have the power that this guy just laid out. He said, dump the gold standard, dump all the gold and buy Bitcoin. The fact that the U.S. has the dollars, the reserve currency, to undermine all countries under its subjection when it comes to currency power. That's your second beast of Revelation 13, right? We're close, family. We are close.
The ones that own and run it.
Trump has been rebranding the North American Union as Canada being the 51st state of the United States. And Justin Trudeau has now resigned, leaving a clear path for Pierre Poilievre to make significant changes.
We haven't really seen a lot of concrete proposals from Mr. Poilievre. I mean, he did make one. That's not fair. You're right. He had one great opportunity for people to opt out of inflation. He recommended this last spring. You can opt out of inflation if you invest your money in Bitcoin. Yeah. No. He stayed up late, watched all sorts of YouTube videos, and came to that conclusion. He said that himself.
We're going to buy this shawarma with this Bitcoin. Send.
Done. Yep, I got it.
You got the
Guys, we did it. We bought the shawarma with Bitcoin.
So that is my plan, to enable Canada to become the blockchain and crypto capital of the world.
Debt slavery has existed on Earth for thousands of years, which is why a cashless society has been of great concern to freedom-loving souls. In the earliest days of civilization, farmers would borrow against their harvest, and if the harvest failed, the farmer would lose everything and become a slave until the debt was repaid. Eventually, the amount of slaves with nothing to lose becomes a threat to those in power, and so debt jubilees were issued at regular intervals as a matter of public stability. The Bible describes a debt jubilee that would happen every 50 years as an economic reset, a year of liberation and restoration where debts are forgiven, land is returned, and slaves are set free. The ancient Greeks had debt jubilees to avoid violent revolutions and uprisings. As economist Lynn Alden wrote, it wasn't out of kindness that rulers did this. It was a solution to a societal math problem. If you run a computer long enough, eventually it starts to work less efficiently. Refreshing the power and rebooting the system gets the computer running smoothly again. A Jubilee year has been celebrated every 25 years by the Catholic Church since 1300. But the need for debt forgiveness has been avoided by the current debt-based fiat system and the Uniform Commercial Code, which has been running for nearly a century, and it is at its end. 2025 is a Jubilee year, and Pope Francis has called on affluent countries to forgive debts and to address ecological debt, which sounds like a carbon tax. The emerging system is much more than just money. It is a cataloging system where every person and every piece of property can be connected via a digital identity. This is called tokenization and is set to replace the birth certificate and every other document of title in the real world. Biblical prophecy Christians are saying that this is the mark of the beast, but there is no need for a mark when facial recognition will do the job. And if it comes with debt forgiveness and universal basic income, then those who fight against the system will be seen as terrorists by the public.
What's going to happen is the U.S. dollar is going to be the world reserve currency, and it's going to run on billions and billions of mobile devices. And the digital asset that underlies that currency is going to be Bitcoin.
Now, I would like to correct Mr. Reese on his saying that the mark of the beast isn't necessary, that we have facial recognition, right? It's problematic in a couple different ways. For one, if you're off grid, and there's still a lot of remote primitive areas in the world, or if you can get off grid, if you're on grid, and say you have children, those children wouldn't be in any facial recognition database. The mark of the beast is necessary because without it, you're not going to buy, spend, or sell. You will have to have that mark. So any children born off grid, if they were to come up, there's no facial recognition to recognize them. Okay, so there'll have to be a mark. And then again, they're not going to be able to bring this technology to every part of the world. Okay, it's going to be a thing where if you don't have that mark, that's the identification, you're a pledge to the beast, you will be hunted down and killed if found without the mark. You take the mark or you die. Okay, with facial recognition, you know, people can change their faces. I mean, it's just, no, it's very simple. The mark is definitive, right? Facial recognition is more, it's not even an accurate technology. Okay, it's not even, facial recognition is even wrong with identifying things a lot of times. Okay, so he is wrong in his understanding, and I understand because he doesn't necessarily believe in the Bible like that. He quotes the Bible and he respects the Bible, but he doesn't necessarily, believe in religion, and religion has done that where people haven't got the truth, and religion has turned them totally away from the Bible. But hopefully him and others that are close to understanding will accept the Bible and understand that it is the only way. All right. But that is the conclusion of our live stream this evening. I had more I wanted to show, but we'll save that meat that we have still on the bone for our next live stream. But Politricks of living in a technocracy. Do we live in a technocracy? It's a question I will leave you, brothers and sisters, with now that you have the understanding of what a technocracy is, right? And as well as Politricks, the Politricks as well. And is that at play? I will let you all determine all of that yourself. But we have laid out the proof and evidence when it comes to the plans in this agenda. We're seeing it happen real time. On one side, we're seeing Bible prophecy being fulfilled, what the Bible is saying would happen. On the other side, we're breaking down the plans of the powers of darkness, the rulers of darkness, who have been planning for decades and centuries, these plans, seeing them being fulfilled now with the current workers who are here fulfilling them now. All right. And matching both together, seeing it perfectly match up with the Bible to a T, which is why the Bible is undefeated. And so if you believe in the Bible, you're baptized in Christ, you're keeping the commandments, walking righteous, you will be protected in these last days and therefore there is nothing to fear but the Most High God. I want to thank you all again for all your support. Wouldn't be a live stream without you all. Wouldn't be the extra driving motivation to be here when I know that brothers and sisters are expecting us to be here teaching and streaming. And so it means the world for you all to continue the support and continue to pray for us. We'll continue to pray for you. I want to say Shabbat Shalom, a higher bless and a higher speed.